you should already know what this is. And for those of you that aren't, just chill. See, we're going to get down to the other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, oh, yeah. My magic, good morning. Make sure y'all hit that like button as you come in the door. Just let the vibe seep in. Miss Blessed, rise and grind. Tigger's world. Welcome to my world. Yeah. We're going to take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. And it's Monday, and I hate the Monday. Heather Nielsen, what's going on with the commission? If you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so.
Well, a motherfucker could never control me. Only squeeze me and hold me. That's what the hoe came up and told me. Now she OG, but in my mouth was where the gold be. Cause I be pimping it like Goldie. Gotta get paid in this age. My fingers ain't made just to be chopping up confetti with. If it's already dick, you better study league. If you ain't with it, you can get. Cause I ain't even on that petty shit. So who the fuck you rockin' petty with? The little kid is like a rhythm. Lyric get a rhythmatic. Pick them a quick and they give them the dig. Thinking a minute since they up in the mall shop for me picking the fit. I got them heavers nose red. And when we get in the bed, I be leaving them a rose legs.
We vibing.
Like you really got them until you get up in them hoes head. I don't mean to sound bogus enough, but it's the bomb when I be having them cuties thinking I'm in love with them.
We're going to touch on the transits. We're going to elaborate on the aspects.
After getting paid for machine trip because she knows she got what she paid for. She honor my name. I got a tame. Here it go. Now I'm speaking with the game of ways to make fun. Let me play with your emotions, ho.
And then we off into this Scorpio moon vibe.
I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that? I got you under my complete control. You know what's worth more than diamonds and gold. Now don't be bogus in the night. Emotions, ho. Tell me I'm on my high life. Take up on the light. I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that?
Just let it seep in.
How the fuck you gon' act, ho? I saw you creeping out the back door. What you running from a Mac for? Lady on your back so, cause you know I got you with my lasso. Look at mine like an afro. Come and take a glimpse in the stairs. See you on my upper pimp in the air. I bet you notice the smell. It's like a locust when I focus. Cause my eyes be the lowest. If you didn't notice, then you bogus as hell. I'm putting women under my spell. Like I'm up in the brain, pooping that bang the game with the anatomy that's feminine. The filling them up with adrenaline. Got them geeking with speaking, approaching up a pimp like a gentleman. Submission is surrendering. And ain't no internet for song with a blow from a bomb side. In the right place with the right mind and the right line, you can get a lifetime contract. They'll be wise until they look into your eyes and show they creep when she spotted mine. Took her over to my crib, lay low, hit her off from behind, and she signed on the dotted line. The hoe was like,
Ooh, why you doing like this? Not doing anything to be with you. You got me going ahead.
your mind, I don't mean to make a disaster of like my dad master love. But if a motherfucker breaking you for every penny you earned, then how could you still show the bastard love? I guess it's cause of cold shit. Thought you was gonna be spinning me up, but you think the show did. But game, recognize gang, now you lame in the brain. Stupid bitches, what you get for trying to go, dude. Now let me play with your emotions, ho. Take a little more high, take a from my life, you still get your mind by yourself. I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that? I got you under my complete control. You know what's wrong with the diamonds and gold. Now don't be bogus in the emotions, ho. Take a little more high,
Yeah.
take a from my life, I know you wanna try that. Now motherfucker, can you buy that? Tell me, baby, can you buy that? I got you under my complete control. You know what's wrong with the diamonds and gold. Now don't be bogus in the night. Yeah, this be hyped the verbal tantrum.
Let me play with your emotions.
If you should suck my soul, I should lick your funky emotions. Nothing is good.
He said, if you should suck my soul, I should lick your funky emotions.
You give my voice and ask for me after he passed the beat. Since you said up with your majesty, I had to see. When you get paid, the risk of cash to me. Is it a tragedy that I can get a soul on the hoe? You been talking about love a lot. Cause I only love a guy. That's when they grip on like when I hug the guy. When that blood is wild, I'm picking up a
Just chill.
Fuck the host of the club, and the phony perpetrators with dogs. The speed knives, smash cool, do a die. Psychodrama, push you constantly, pimping with gators and dogs. Collect the papers and gobs. Take your haters' remarks to get smoked to a blunt dub. So we walking the next time you hear grown folks talking motherfuckers, better shut the fuck up. Cause we make the women suck up. You insist to be tripping when we be gaming like Don Juan. Without the filet mignon, the grave upon them hoes and slave the charm because we made the wrong. Now I don't mean no harm, but either come on in and get on gone. And let me put my potions up. In between your thighs, come take a pull of vibe and let your tongue go coast and low. And let me play with your emotions, ho.
Yeah. This that Scorpio moon anthem. I got you under my complete control. Everything is vibration. Come vibe with me. We finna talk about what's going on cosmically. But first comes the vibe. I supply that.
We have taken control as to bring you
One more time.
but we will return it to you as soon as you are.
Let's run that back.
Good evening. Do not attempt to adjust your radio. There is nothing wrong. We have taken control as to bring you this special show, but we will return it to you as soon as you are grooving. Welcome to station WEFUNK, better known as We Funk, or deeper still, the Mothership Connection, home of the extraterrestrial brothers, deals of funky music, P-Funk, uncut funk, the bomb.
Coming to you directly from the mothership. Top of the chocolate Milky Way.
Let me be your guide through the cosmos.
So kick back, dig, while we do it to you in your eardrums. For me, I'm known as Lollipop Man, alias the long-haired sucker. My motto is...
I want the fun. We're gonna kick the week off right.
y'all. Now this is what I want y'all to do. If you got faults, defects, or shortcomings, you know, like arthritis, rheumatism, or migraines, whatever part of your body it is, I want you to lay it on your radio. Let the vibes flow through. Funk not only moves, it can remove. Dig. The side effect is what you get when you improve your interplanetary functionship. Chocolate coated freaking habit form. Doing it to you in 3D. So groovy that I dig it.
Yeah.
Once upon a time called now. Somebody
Once upon a time called now.
I say 7 up. Yeah. Keep on. Yeah, I did. Let me put my sunglasses on. That's the law right here. You got to wear your sunglasses so you can feel cool. Gangsta lean. Y'all should dig my sunroof top. Well, all right.
All right.
I was digging on y'all funk for a while. Sound like it got a 3 on it though to me. You know, I was down south and I heard some funk with some main ingredients like Doobie Brothers, Blue Magic, David Bowie. It was cool. But can you imagine Doobie in your funk? Oh, WEFUN.
Here's the doobie in my funk.
P-Funk, y'all.
Queenie too blessed. I'm too blessed. Right now. Young Neff. Just let that vibe hit you. Yeah. I'm gonna give it to you. You just gotta take it, baby. Yeah. No, it is not too early for a reading. But if they're twins, I suggest that you get an interactive reading so I can talk to you about both of them at the same time. Because their charts are not going to be different fundamentally, but they might be different individuals. So it would be important for us to address the dualities together. So send me an email and we'll get to it. Yo. Let that Scorpio moon transform you from the inside out. Yeah. Yeah. We finna get to it. I wanna get funked up.
Don't stop, get down. Top.
It was important that we got the vibe in this morning. You gotta set the week off on the right vibe. It's funky too. Yeah. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We finna get to it. This the funk I didn't know I needed it till it hit me.
Well, all right.
I want the fun. Yeah. I wanna get fucked up. I got it, Heather. You ain't even got to worry about it. Let me help you with your confusion, Gabster 172. You now dismissed. We got one more and then we finna get to the vibe. I just want everybody to set it off right this morning. Only the ladies. From the way that you smile. Yo. We finna get to it. But see, when the moon is in Scorpio, with Mars in Scorpio, sometimes what's not said is a lot more important than everything else. So if you fuck around, put some flame to that motherfucker. This is the Waking Babe. We finna get to that other shit here in a second. But first, this personal, baby. I never pass. I'll let you roll one up. Here. Here's the stack. You can roll one up for yourself, baby. What we smoking on? Let's see what we smoking on. Can we see it? No, it's too light. The light is gonna get in the way. This is lemon pound cake. It's delicious. It's a sativa sitting at like 32%. So it's some banger. Then it's properly done. And if I hit it, it's always properly done, baby. Can see that you want me. Fuck you, Astro Future. Fuck Astro Future. I'm sitting here vibing, and then I see aspect of the day pop across my screen. Mercury square natal Mars. Try to ruin my motherfucking vibe. By the way, since we're in Libra season and the aesthetics do matter, I do suggest everybody that has an iPhone go download Astro Future, because that motherfucker there is definitely the standard when it comes to the aesthetics of an astrology app. Now, it's not the standard when it comes to being able to work it professionally. Would you mind if I would you mind if I Now we got to talk about it. Let's talk about it. It's been 20 minutes. Let me get to the other vibe. Never felt this way. Has found a way. Now, let's talk about what's going on cosmically. All right. So, we got the sun. He's sitting at 23 degrees of Libra. Now, this is about objective thinking. This is about perfecting your decision-making process, as I was saying about the eclipse. This right here is about beautifying your experience, harmonizing your ego and your emotions. The thing is, you have to be careful of outside influence. So, find a beautiful place. That beautiful place doesn't have to be an external place, but it can be something inside yourself. But sometimes we do need to be in the right aesthetically pleasing environment for us to tap into that part of ourself that feels at peace. So I'm giving you the opportunity right now, looking at this. Be peaceful. Now, the sun is conjunct to both Mercury and the South Node. So, let me say we are thinking clearly. Pardon me. We are thinking clearly. But, with the South Node at play, the past is also at play. You need to know that. So, thoughts, people, things from the past might come into your conscious awareness today. So that's just something for you to think about. Now, the sun is also square to Pluto. And this square is going to grow over the whole week. So with the sun square to Pluto, hey, let me tell you straight up. Let me light my shit first. People are going to be more aware of their deeper issues, their insecurities, worries, stress. Now, doing so gives you the opportunity to objectively think about what's going on and make a decision separate from your emotions that's gonna keep you on a positive footing. Now, that's hard to do. This is Capricorn, this is Libra. Libra's not so action-oriented. It's more thought-centric. Whereas that Capricorn Pluto, it's stressful and it's grinding, and it kind of makes things a little harder than they have to be. So you can either think objectively, figure out what's going on, and take care of what you can take care of. That means get to work on fixing your problems, taking care of your responsibilities, economizing your experience, or you can stress yourself out and go down a destructive path. That is also there. That is also there. You can let your stress destroy you, or you can get down to business. See, I know people think money with Taurus, but there are no other signs that get down to business better than Capricorn and Libra. So while you have the Sun in Libra, square to Pluto in Capricorn over this next week, you have emotions, but you don't have to let them control you. What you do is separate yourself from that. Think objectively and get down to business. Now, getting down to business doesn't always have to be financial matters. Sometimes getting down to business means, hey, you know what? This shit ain't working for me. Hey, you know what? I need to do this. Hey, you know what? So doing that, it doesn't have to be a harsh thing. But for some people, like myself, it is. I'd rather play around and fuck around and joke around, and like that's how I am. I dread about shit and dread about shit and dread about shit until it really happens. And then when it really happens, it's usually not half as bad as what I was dreading. And I feel fucking stupid, but I have wasted energy, wasted time, resources, stressing about shit, when I could have just separated myself from the equation, did myself some justice, and took care of the issues. You feel me? Now, let's talk about this Scorpio moon. So, we've talked about this several times before. But with the moon in Scorpio, first understand the moon falls in Scorpio. The moon falls in Scorpio because our emotions become chaotic. Stuff from deep down starts to come up. Stuff we try to keep hidden, even stuff we try to keep secret, starts to churn inside of us. That creates these issues, or it creates these opportunities for us to change and empower ourselves. Oh, make no bones about it. With the Sun square to Pluto and with the moon in Scorpio, with Mars in Scorpio, the intensity of this energy right here can either force us into making changes or destroy us from the inside out. Desire emotion, jealousy, resentment. They're all alive today. See, that chaos makes it hard to keep calm. So, with the moon in Scorpio, we start feeling some type of way, right? With the sun in Libra, we start trying to gloss it over, like, nah. We can't deal with that right now. We sugarcoat shit. You could even see people smiling, playing nice, but really they feel some type of way. Really inside, there's something else starting to grow. There's a darkness starting to set in. Whether they're tired, whether there's desire, whether it's jealousy, whether it's fucking greed, whatever it is, it starts to bubble. And when it starts to bubble, shit gets interesting. You have to figure out how you personally deal with those deep emotions. Some people deal with those really well. I myself happen to. I can always deal with emotions. It's my thoughts. It's my thoughts that fuck with me. But the feelings, I can do that. Now, just be mindful that you could easily find yourself fighting for control. Fighting for control of feelings you don't even understand. Shit that you thought you was over. Shit you didn't even know was there. Things that were supposed to be dead. That's the moon in Scorpio. Now, that right there brings us to Mercury. In my feelings, how you doing? And with Mercury, this is sitting at 20 degrees of Libra. Like I said, the sun is conjunct to Mercury. That's a beautiful thing. It's not Kazemi. It's not that. But it will be tomorrow or the day after. All right? Now, with me saying that, that just means this is a beautiful time. That's why I say purify your decision-making process. Purify your decision-making process. Now is the time that you're thinking clearer than ever, more objective than ever. But you can get caught up looking for the right inflection, the right emphasis. You could get worried about how it sounds to people, what you're saying, than what you're actually trying to convey. Or you could be worried about their reaction to what you're saying, so you're not saying what the fuck you really mean. There's that Libra energy. You have to be careful that other people's thoughts, moods, opinions, reactions aren't influencing your decision-making process. That's why all of this is coming into that conjunction with the South Node in Libra. And the North Node is screaming, no. Speak, live, experience your truth. You can think objectively. You can speak objectively without lying, without sugarcoating shit, without people pleasing. Because you got to ask yourself, with all of this going on, conjunct to the South Node and with the North Node in Aries, is that codependency? Is that people pleasing? Is that tendency to lie or sugarcoat shit really coming from a personal weakness of yours? Whether it be a fear of other people, whether it be laziness, whether it be a lack of assertion. What is it with you? Whatever it is, you need to confront that. But you got to do it. Now, I need like 8 more of y'all to hit the like button, by the way. And that's just a matter of respect. This is not about ego. You see, that's self-sustaining. This is about algorithm. This just helps us expand the platform. That way, if you're not trying to hear what I'm trying to say, at least we can get out to the next motherfucker who is. Good morning. Now, that brings us to Venus. And Venus is sitting at 6 degrees of Virgo. And that's interesting in its own right? Because Mars is still sexed out of Venus, or Venus is still sexed out of Mars, however you want to look at it. But that means people can want things so bad that they not even know how to approach it, or they don't even want to approach it. Matter of fact, it makes them have a certain resentment towards that or themselves. Now, that's not going to keep them from it. It just makes them start to obsess over it. See, with the moon in Scorpio, with Mars in Scorpio, with Venus in Virgo, people can pick out one little thing that they like or they want, and they can obsess and constantly think about that. It's not the whole, it's that one thing, like, man. And it doesn't have to be a trait. It could also be an ability. See, there might be this one thing that nobody else can do. You feel me? Like, oh my God, nobody does it like that. And so you start to think about that. You start to think about, man, like that shit. And if it's not an action, it could be a trait. Like, man, that's what I want. And then you block out everything else. That's what the fuck I want. You block out everything else. Now, let's just address Venus in Virgo by itself now. Because Venus does fall in Virgo. You gotta understand, we're dealing with some crazy energy out here. I wanna put this into perspective. The sun is in detriment, or it's falling, really, it's falling in Libra. So the sun falls in Libra. The moon falls in Scorpio. Venus falls in Virgo. I want y'all to see where we're at with this energy right now. Now, Mars is okay. Mars is at home in Scorpio. Taurus is not Jupiter's favorite. Taurus is too calm. It's okay, but it's not Jupiter's favorite. Saturn is in Pisces. Saturn and Pisces, not good for each other. Uranus is in Taurus. Uranus falls in Taurus. You feel me? Neptune's at home in Pisces, but that's not always a good thing. Pluto's in Capricorn, and it's about to transition into a fixed sign that is the adversary of its domicile within the next 2 months. Lilith is in Virgo. So the little bitty shit that you miss, the things that you can't get over really fuck you up. People are so focused on what's going on with everybody else and picking that shit apart and seeing what's wrong with everything else that they miss out on their own sloppy ass. to put that into perspective of where we are energetically. Now, back to regular scheduled program. With Venus in Virgo, it's a really picky energy. It's so picky it could even be nitpicky. But what Venus in Virgo loves more than anything else is purity and service. So it's about if you're doing it right. It's not about just if you're doing it or you putting it. The thought doesn't count right now. No, none of that shit. No, you got to be doing it. You got to be doing it right. All right? There's the thing with that. Now, another thing with Venus in Virgo is, as I've told y'all before, Venus in Pisces is unconditional love. And that's kind of why you get that exaltation with Venus in Pisces. But see, Venus in Virgo, it's conditional. It's not about who you are. It's not about your potential. It's about what you doing. I got this, Heather. Always trolling. That just means we growing. It's all right. They're going to come through like this regularly. They'll be okay. The channel's really growing. Now, back to what we were saying. With Venus in Virgo, it's not about who you are or your potential or the soul. It's about what you are doing. What are you bringing to the table? You feel me? So because of that, people get more caught up in what you can do or what you're bringing than who you are and how much they love you. So think about that. Next, Mars. Mars is at home at 3 degrees of Scorpio. I love saying Scorpio like that. Scorpio. It just sounds sexier. But maybe that's just me and Mercury being on my ascendant. Now, with Mars in Scorpio, this is desire, but that desire could develop into obsession, compulsion. It could get dangerous. If you want anything at all with Mars in Scorpio, then you want it all. You want it bad. Sometimes you want shit so bad it makes you mad. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Have you ever resented yourself for how much you wanted something? Like, bro, you tripping. Now, the beautiful thing about Mars in Scorpio is there is a certain element of control that comes in here. People aren't going to act out. No, they're going to find a way to make it happen. They're not going to act out. They're not going to take it and force it. This ain't Aries. No, they're going to find a way to make it work for them or make it come to them. See, the thing is with Mars in Scorpio, there's this austere quality that can keep going for the longest amount of time against the greatest of odds. So this is extremely powerful. But when anger comes into the mix, it can be ruthless. It's passionate, it's nasty. It's nasty. It's extreme. Now, that brings us to the fact that Mars is trying to Saturn. So with Mars trying to Saturn, you have to look what's going on with Saturn. What's slowing us down? See, Mars trying to Saturn means The energy's there, but it's hard to really get anything done. There's something slowing you down. And Saturn is there. So what sign is Saturn in? Pisces. So what is it? It's shit that really don't matter. It's your fears. It's your doubts. It's nothing that's real stopping you from doing anything. It's nothing that's real stopping you from doing anything. It's your own doubts. It's your own fears. It's shit that ain't even motherfucking in the way. So you have to deal with the emotion in order for you to access the energy. And this is all emotion. This is a water trine. Do you want it bad enough that you can conquer that fear? Are you ready to transform? Are you ready to be empowered? The only thing stopping you is your motherfucking fear. The only thing stopping you is your motherfucking doubts. Your escapism, your avoidance behavior, your ignorance issues. Not ignorance, your ignorance. I don't think y'all hear me though. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Jupiter. Jupiter is sitting at 12 degrees of Taurus. Ooh, that means it's square to my Venus. So I might have a good time. I might get a little too much. Anytime Jupiter's aspecting Venus, whether it's harsh or harmonious, it's gonna be a good time. It just might mean it's a little too good of a time. I might be feeling myself too much. I'm putting a little too much on it. What y'all think? Tell that motherfucker you don't even want him no more. You priceless now. Anyway. With Jupiter at 12 degrees of Taurus, retrograde for the rest of the year. All right? That means, first of all, a lot of people have came to the table too many times. They're gorged, now they can't function. It means some motherfuckers are lazy. It means some people are expecting things. They forgot about the grind. Yeah, you can be blessed with Jupiter and Taurus, but you have to be patient and keep grinding. Nobody said stop. Nobody said sit still. Being receptive does not mean not doing nothing to attract blessings. It means staying on point, keeping on the grind, and being open to the blessings that come to you or the fruits of your hard work. Motherfuckers be looking for the quick fix. No. See, the process is important. You never know what you can accumulate along the way. Remember that. The process is important. You never know what you can accumulate along the way. Whether it's personal peace or profitable prosperity. See, another thing with this right here is when you're seeing that retrograde action of Jupiter in Taurus, motherfuckers forget about value for real. They forget about value. Everybody's looking for a bargain. See, when you're looking for a bargain, what you get is what? A bargain. You gotta pay for what you want, baby. And if you want something bad enough, you gotta value it. If you don't value it, you don't really want it. You don't really need it either. I don't think you heard me. Had some weed on my lip. Goddamn. Now, that brings us to Saturn. And we've kind of already talked about Saturn because we were addressing Saturn through addressing Mars in that trine with Saturn. But Saturn is at 0 degrees of Pisces, retrograde for about 2 more weeks, a little over 2 weeks, about 19 more days. Saturn is going to be retrograde, so it's really stationed now. It's sitting still at 0 degrees of Pisces. So we're going to go through this whole Pisces journey again in a few months. But this right here, for those people like myself who've had Saturn conjunct my moon and trine my sun in Pluto and sextile my Neptune and square my natal Saturn, this right here is that final run. This is where you got to deal with that shit before that shit deal with you. The external shit don't fucking matter. Life is going to keep doing what life does, but how you process things is everything. Are you ready to mature? Are you ready to get past this period of your life that you've went through this last year? I am. I fucking am. This has been the hardest year of my life and ain't nothing happened externally. All I did was trip the fuck out, worry myself into fucking actual illness, and slow down my progress by not dealing with things. Not dealing with grief of my sister dying. Not dealing with the fear of my legal situation. Not dealing with the fear of health issues, which actually created health issues. Like, it's crazy. I have went through the hardest year of my life and nothing has changed but me inside. That's Saturn in Pisces. The world is still doing what the world is. The people that have been unaffected remain unaffected. But me, I'm completely different. I spend every day in fear to this day. And I got to deal with that. Because right now it's dealing with me. That's just that trill shit. Yeah. Next up, Uranus. Let's talk about Uranus. See, I'm childish. The kid will never grow out of me. That's what happens when your moon is in the 5th house. But yeah. When it comes to Uranus, however you want to address it. This is sitting at 22 degrees of Taurus. Retrograde until January 27th. So we just got started with this retrograde. And hey, life is still doing what life is doing, once again. We have wars and shit that are affecting the economy and all this other stuff, but that actually might make things start to flourish in a certain way. That's why wars happen in certain senses. That brings big business. Big business. War is big business. Because not only with war comes activism. Activism, which happens to be one of the things that people have a taste for these days. That brings a whole nother realm of business in its own right. I want you to think about, just here in America, all of the Israeli flags that you're going to see people with now. You're going to see people with signs that say, pray for Israel. You're going to see people that Israel. And they don't even know what's going on there politically. They don't know the situation. They're not even paying attention to the politics that the President of the United States actually warned Israel today. Biden's old ass actually warned Israel out of all, everybody like, hey, bro, y'all tripping now. Because Israel's like, no, we're lined up now, we're going to go occupy Gaza. We're going to go, they attacked us, so guess what? Now we're going to go fucking control everything. And eventually, once again, it won't be a world power unless it's Putin that fires off a nuclear weapon. It's going to be a smaller country that has a show of force. And whether people know this or not, I'm not choosing sides, but this is a political fact. Israel is the only country that refuses to declare whether they are nuclearly armed or not. There are 9 or 10 countries that are known nuclear powers that have nuclear capabilities. That's it, in the whole world. The 9 or 10 means Israel could be the 10th, but that nobody knows because they will not declare whether they are or not. Because they do not want the people in their region to know that. And so that's all, not to sway what you think about anything, because that's it. Then you have to look at the biblical aspect. Now, Christians can actually profit from this. Crazy as it is. Now they can say, everybody can come with their campaign and say, the Bible is unfolding before your eyes. Do you know when, let's say, 1 billion people see that text, that's going to prompt, out of fear, 1 million out of 1 billion at least, to go buy a Bible or go look at a Bible and say, oh shit, it does say that in Revelation. Or you get what I mean? Like, you have to understand the business aspect of all of this. See, I understand it because when I look at a situation, I'm not looking at how it's just affecting me personally. I look, because I'm an astrologer and this is what I do professionally, I look at how it's going to affect people as a whole and why it's happening. See, I have Mercury square Pluto. If I want to know about anything, I want to know about it all. I want to know exactly why it's happening. I have to know the ins and outs. I have to know exactly what's fucking going on, or it's going to fuck with me. It's going to fuck with me. If I think there's something that I'm missing or there's something that's hidden there, then it's going to make me crazy. My children know that about me. The one thing you cannot do is lie to me. And it's not saying that you are not capable of, because even people with prominent Scorpio placements, they can be lied to. It's harder, but they can be lied to. What I'm saying is me, once you have broken my trust, me and you are fucked up from there on. And I might smile at you because I'm a Libra, right? I might be nice to you. I might not be hateful to you. But once you have lied to me, I now have you in my brain as a liar. So when you say something, now I have to question whatever you say. And I know that's an old cliche, but not everybody's like that. Some people, you can lie to them and they'll just keep on keep on talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, not me. I have Mercury square Pluto. I have Pluto in my first house. Once you have broken that confidence where it's like, it's not that I won't believe anything you ever say, it's that I'm going to fact check everything you say. I'm going to make sure what you're saying is the truth. And if I slightly doubt it in the slightest bit, which is going to be more prone for me to do then it fucks it up. So, I say all of that to say this with Uranus and Taurus. The world is going to be doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And all that does is make it hard for you to get comfortable. But that doesn't mean that you're not able to find a stable place to operate from. That means you need to calm down and assess your situation and see what you have to work with. See what you can do to get you in a positive place moving forward. That means when things come up, it's not a devastating experience to you. You were ready for this. You're not stuck in your old way of doing things. You're not too comfortable or complacent. You understand. And so, Comfort is not hand in hand with stability when Uranus is involved. This is Uranus. You understand? The same reason that the moon is exalted in Taurus is the same reason that Uranus falls in Taurus, because Taurus is calm. Taurus is calm. It's that simple. Uranus don't like calm. It wants chaos. So can you keep calm during chaos? That's a brilliant trait to be able to employ. If you can keep calm in the chaos, and you can find a stable place to operate from, which takes you doing personal inventory to do so. When I say personal inventory, that's not about how much money you got. Like I've been telling you, it's about who you are and what you're willing to do and what you have to work with, both monetarily and energetically. That means you have to have a certain emotional, financial, and energetic cutoff point. Say, you know what? I'm not risking any more beyond that. But I don't think y'all want to hear me though. I love that cello. When I put that in there, I'll never forget that night. This is that one time where it was like an outer body experience. Other times when I'm creating something and I get locked in, or I, you know what I mean, I'll be like, oh, I get on there like, oh shit, and I'll start feeling it, and but it's more like I'm in that vibe. It's not just making one beat, I'm in that vibe of making a whole bunch of badass shit. But this night right here, it was a Pisces moon. I was higher than Kuda Brown. I was fucking with my little keyboard and shit. And I was like, man, hold it. This is actually the last beat I ever made. I was like, hold up, man, let me. And I just, I never forget. But the outer body experience didn't come when I was making it. I was really just in this place once I started making it, and I was feeling myself and smoking and shit. But when I got done, when I played it, when it was all done, because I didn't even know what it was I was doing with shit, but when I finally got what I had everything in the mix, and I said, man, let me play this shit right there. And I played it. Damn. Something's wrong with the... All right, we back. Hey, did y'all lose any signal up here? Let me know. Because I lost some signal down here, and I'm not cool with that. But, Halo's Orbit, how you doing? But yeah, it was just an awesome experience, because when I played it, I was just like, man, like, bro, that's music. It wasn't like, oh, you made a beat for rappers. Like, no, when I made this, I was like, bro, that is a composition. That's music. But anyway, let's get back to it. My end was kind of messed up on this end, so my bad, y'all. Let's talk about Neptune, since we're talking about music. Neptune is at 25 degrees of Pisces, right? And it's retrograde. But first, let's assess what Neptune is. Neptune is just not spirituality, but it's also the culture. It's the culture. So this is Pisces, right? So first of all, the music, even though it's always been so, is even more influential of the culture right now. And you can see that. Everything. Now, there's also a thing with Neptune being retrograde in Pisces where we keep getting different information. We keep having a change of perspective as a people. One day, because of the culture, people believe this. The next day, people believe that. You know, one day they think the lady that was on the plane with that shit was crazy. The next day, I think we owe her an apology after retrograde. One day, the government comes and tells us that they don't know what's going on as far as the UAPs or the UFOs. Doesn't mean that they were admitting there's aliens, but people took it and then they said, oh, the government admitted there's aliens. So there's a whole nother perspective. But then they pull out a corpse in Congress of Mexico, supposedly of an alien. Everybody laughed at that shit. Everybody laughed at that shit. Right? So people's perspective keeps changing. Right? Or no, let me get it. Their perceptions keeps changing. I got my words mixed up. Their perceptions keep changing as new information comes in, or as things keep occurring, or as the culture changes. And there's so many different layers of reality to each person, not just to the fundamental reality, which now, after Neptune came into Pisces, the government themselves have come out and said the reality you're experiencing isn't even the real reality. This is an energy hologram. And people don't even believe that after they told them. Right? So the point in saying all of that is that shit really don't matter. None of it. It's all a fucking distraction of what you're trying to do in your process. See, when people ask what's the meaning of life is not universal. What's the meaning of your life? That's what you should be asking yourself. Because there might not be a meaning to life. Except to live your purpose. And so you have to find your own interpoint of perception or perspective, whichever one I get mixed up now. You have to find a place from inside of yourself that you view situations, that you view your journey. And that means you have to connect with something inside of yourself. That means you have to stop being so connected with everything external. Stop being so caught up in the culture. Stop getting tricked by the trends. Stop getting projected on by your friends. Stop being movable by the motherfucking wind. No. What if it all were to end? Right now. Right now. Were you caught up in the culture? Were you caught up in what everybody else was doing? Were you caught up, or were you pursuing a spiritual ideal that you found inside of yourself? That doesn't mean you have to be meditating all the time and worry about your chakras every second and you're not living life and enjoying people and having fun and being entertained. That's not it. But entertainment doesn't have to be engulfment, Pisces. Hear me out. Entertainment doesn't have to be engulfment. You can become entertained without becoming. Learn how to be entertained by something without being a part of it. Without having to copy it. That's the problem with the culture we live in. Everything is just a projection of something else. A copy of the next thing. Everything is just a copy of something else. The music even. You'll hear a beat that you heard from fucking 1994. You'll be like, oh shit. And then you'll be like, what the fuck? What is this? It's not it. It's just a copy of something else. They've taken it and did something else with it. Don't get caught up in the culture. Create one. That's what I've done here. That's what we are doing here. That's what we're going to continue to do here. Is create a culture. Yeah, we keep it cool. We fuck around. We have fun. But we also have not got away from what we're trying to accomplish for ourselves inside of here. I don't think you hear me though. Flower me. You ain't got it like that. Don't come in here playing. The moon is in Scorpio. Mars is in Scorpio. It was either come like this or come with no clothes on at all. Just a fucking hat. But I don't want to give nobody an aneurysm. So I just came with a different mannerism. Just try to keep up with me. I need a few more of y'all to hit that like button while we're here. Next, Pluto. You see how I have excellent timing? That comes from having Mars in Capricorn. It's not even about me having good rhythm in the Pisces. That's Mars in Capricorn. That's a trick, especially conjunct to Jupiter. Mars in Capricorn gives one excellent timing. And because I made a lot of these beats, so I know exactly how they drop in and kick and everything else. And this is just me from taking something else. This is just me taking Beethoven and adding a little something to it. If you have the ability to play the piano and you have a musical understanding, you can do some things. It's about timing. It's about mathematical understanding, because you have to be able to count your bars and know exactly what you're doing. You have to be able to recognize patterns to produce. You have to be able to, and not everybody, people want to, but not everybody can. Like, it's just something that for me, I understood. Kind of like astrology. It's one of the few things that in my life I just naturally understood how to do. Maybe I've done it in previous lives, whatever. But from the minute I sat down at an NPC, or the minute I sat down and my grandmother taught me how to play the piano, from 4 years old, from that point forth, I knew exactly, as from watching somebody else, how to make beats. And and it's not that I'm just the best in the world, but as soon as I sat down, it wasn't like I was trash ever. I knew music, and I love music, so I was not gonna make something that wasn't music. Like, I hate fucking trash. Like, and I'm a perfectionist in my own way, so it's just like I wasn't gonna get up from the first time I sat down until I made something that was badass, until I wowed everybody. And so that's kind of how it goes with that. But that timing is everything. That really comes from Mars and Capricorn. Now, with Pluto in Capricorn, that's hard times. That's stress. You hear me? That's disenchantment with the powers that be. That breeds change. It's dissatisfaction with your place, wherever you are in life. So what does that do? For some people, it makes them depressed, makes them want to kill themselves, and some of them end up dying. For other people, it makes them realize, hey man, I gotta go harder. I gotta do something. I gotta get rid of this. I gotta stop doing that. It's time for me to fucking buckle down. See, that's what Pluto and Capricorn can do for you too. Now, Pluto in Aquarius brings radical change. Starts in the mind. Right now, that change comes from that feeling of discontent that you feel growing inside of so many people for the way that things are in the world. So, oh boy.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my signal right here. Everything is vibration too. Now, that brings us to Chiron. So, Mercury still opposite to Chiron. So, sugarcoating things. Self-seeking manipulation. All that shit right there is getting in the way of growth. And the only way to get past that is to learn to be straight up. And the only way to start being straight up with other people is start being straight up with self. When you real with yourself, you hold yourself accountable. That means using the energy of Mercury and Libra to think objectively. That helps you be smarter moving forward. Now you can make better decisions. Now you can do better business. Okay, flower me. Okay. Now, the black moon Lilith is at 1 degree of Virgo. This is about perfectionism. This is about the details becoming devilish. This is about overthinking, overanalyzation. This is about self-criticism. This is about sensitivity. The ability to handle criticism is going to be greatly decreased with the black moon Lilith in Virgo. So, what do most people who operate from that type of mindset do? They keep other people off balance. They keep other people from noticing their deficiencies by picking everything else and everybody else apart. They come and they hate and they talk shit and they pick at people and they just, you know what I mean? And it's really because they have a deficiency with what they have going on with themselves personally. So you got to play Mr. Fix-It with stuff inside of you. And overthinking, overworking, all of that shit can affect your nervous system, your digestive system, and really fuck up your health ultimately. So don't fuck yourself off. Y'all, don't fuck up. I'm gonna tell you also, having Mars in Scorpio and Venus in Virgo and having the moon in Scorpio, that can breed some anxiety because that stuff deep down, those issues unresolved. Hey, with the moon in Scorpio, you might find yourself facing some parts of yourself that you're deathly afraid of. might start to see it in other people with the sun in Libra. It'll remind you of a time, it'll remind you of an emotion, or it brings something up. You can try to gloss over it, but it's still there. This is that unresolved material coming up from the depths. Now, let's talk about the nodes, so you'll know. Because the nodes are sitting at 24 degrees of Aries and Libra. And we've already addressed it for the most part, because people are going to be more codependent. People are going to be trying to gloss shit over. People are going to be worried about what everybody else thinks about what they got going on. And no. See, that's your natural response in times like these. You have to be willing to make a decision for yourself. The right decision for you, regardless of the consequences, regardless of how anybody else feels about it. See, the truth is always a good thing if you're experiencing it and living it and conveying it all at the same time. The truth is only a bad thing to those who fear it. Be your truth. See, Aries is about action. You can't just speak it. No, you gotta be it. Be your truth fearlessly and unapologetically. You might see your relationships improve. You might see your business opportunities improve. You might just feel better about your motherfucking self. It might bring you healing. But you gotta be an action-oriented person. You gotta be careful because those thoughts are submersive. Now, as far as the numerology of the day, this is a 6. But there's also a 7 coming through with the date. So, let's make sure we're nurturing the truth. See, that 7 is the truth. There's a lot of ways you can look at a 7, but the 7 is the truth. So, with that 6 and that 7, that 6 is about nurturing. It's about emotion. It's about home. So find a safe place inside of yourself and nurture the truth. It's that simple. I'm talking about simple as 1, 2, 3. Now, I think I'm going to open the floor up for a little bit. So if anybody has any questions about their chart or anything that's going on with them personally, now would be the time to bring them to the table. And I'll be here for another hour, hour and a half, maybe 2. So just make sure you're respectful of my energy also. I'm here to serve in any way that I can. Because with Venus in Virgo, the greatest love is purity and service. So I'm purely at your service to help you in any way that I can. So if you ask a question and I miss your question, I didn't skip you or ignore you. I just missed your question. Ask it again. Or hit that CashApp or that super chat or that super sticker and I'll never miss your question. And then it will also be an equal energetic exchange. But that doesn't mean that that's what I'm here for. What I'm here for is love. All right. And I do prefer, for those people that do fuck with me on that financial tip, to hit the Cash App, because YouTube does take about 30% of everything. And before I answer your question in my feelings, I also want to invite all of y'all to go join the Tribal Council. I just talked to Earthshaker Ninth Avatar earlier. We're going to get together this weekend. We're going to be coming next week with his interview and his feature. During his interview and his feature, I will do a drawing for another one who's going to be featured next month, who we're going to bring live. We're going to go live together for a whole 2 hours probably. We're going to have a little interview, then we'll vibe, and y'all can ask the Earthshaker questions about himself and his chart. And I'll be here, you know, doing my thing. So that's something that is. And there's also several other perks that come along with it. And we just need to get more members up so we can have exclusive things for the Tribal Council. We need to be able to have more members. We can't just have 8, 9, 10 members and we have our own lives. It just kind of be dead. We need 20, 30, 40, 50, you know, 100. There's 5, 6, almost 6,000 subscribers on the channel at this point right now. And that's growing every day, big time. So we should at least have 500 in the Tribal Council. That's real. But y'all don't really fuck with me for real. Now let me answer your questions. Nadifa, you're in Aries, but you feel held back. But it's probably because the South Node is in Libra right now, and it's your own thoughts holding you back. Now, that brings us to in my feelings question. You said your Chiron, Mercury, and North Node are conjunct in Libra. Any advice during this time? And your Saturn and your South Node are in Aries. Yeah, it's interesting when you're going through all that opposition. So during this time for you specifically, I would just say, once again, it's not about not being impulsive. It's not having an attitude. Because with Saturn in Aries and even the South Node, sometimes you can come across like you got an attitude, or like you're not willing to deal with anybody else, or you can feel like you're a hard person to get along with, or you could just seem like you're combative, and that's not how you are. So finding the part of yourself that knows how to be more diplomatic, finding the part of yourself that knows how to deal with more people and develop your people skills is a big part of what's going on for you in your life right now. And with the Sun in Libra, with Mercury in Libra, with Venus gonna go into Libra eventually here later on this month or next month, like that's the perfect time for all of those things for you to start working on your people skills, start developing things so you can have more healthy and wholesome relationships, or just more healthy business opportunities, or to even have more opportunities to show who you are creatively. Because a lot of the times the way that you're coming across and the chip that it seems like you have on your shoulder is getting in the way of those interactions. So you're going to have to do something about that. You hear me? Now, Nadifa, you said your Venus is in Aquarius, your Mars is in Gemini, and you're not at your best. What should you do? Well, I think Pluto is going to come through over its journey here. First of all, it's going to change how you feel about yourself. You're going to feel a lot more free to be who you are uniquely. And I also feel like you just have to, for you have a multitude of different talents and you're versatile in so many ways. But you got to stop focusing on one thing or allowing what's going on with everybody else to influence what you're going to do, because you have a very unique path with that Aquarius there. And then with that Gemini energy, that really, really
in that trine that comes through with that, that really allows you to be versatile, because and you're so open-minded and you're so unique that you have unique gifts that are exclusive to you. So you just have to stop focusing on one thing, or focus or getting stuck on this is what you were trying to do, and allow that open-mindedness and that multitude of talents to allow opportunities to come to you. Okay, stop trying so hard. In my feelings, you said you've been thinking about your voice and your 3rd and 9th house axis. That's the perfect thing to do. You got to speak. Speak your truth and use your wisdom. Now, Young Neff, you said, what are my thoughts on someone with the Capricorn, Mars, Venus, Sun, Moon, and Mercury? You a serious motherfucker. Serious business. And you're very responsible in your own way. But you can also look at other people some type of way. And you could be too pessimistic. And you could feel like you're either in competition with other people, or you could feel like other people are in competition with you. And that's not real. Like, stop competing and comparing. That's the only thing I have to say with all that Capricorn stellium is, don't compete and compare with everybody. Just do your personal best all the time. Then you'll respect yourself more, and then you'll have more healthy interactions with other people. Give yourself and other people a break sometimes. All right? That means stop competing and comparing. You feel me? Now, nine. You say you have Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn in Aries with Pluto and Scorpio on your ascendant. What's some good advice during this time? Let your desires lead you, but don't let them control you. Let your desires lead you, but don't let them control you. Because if you let them lead you, you're going to get what you want. And not some of it, all of it. But if you let them control you, you could end up on another extreme end of the spectrum where you get yourself into some trouble, or end up losing more than you were even looking for in the first place. So remember that. I don't know which blunt I want to smoke. We're going to go with this one. Hey, y'all, I'm fixing to have to eat a couple of granola bars in front of you, but I gotta eat if I'm gonna be here. So I'm just saying. I don't like to eat in front of people, but you gotta stay healthy. Young Neff, I'm pretty cold with it. In my feelings, you said you have many gifts and interests, but you feel like you're going nowhere in stabilizing. How do you commit to focus on, or how do you build on self-esteem to start? Your Mars is in Cancer, and you're asking a Mars in Capricorn. You have to be more direct in your approach. Your mood influences everything with Mars in Cancer. Like how you, like your mood and your emotions influence everything so much that sometimes your energy goes underground, and you figure that you're gonna get what you want through indirect forms of assertion. So you can be passive aggressive, or you could, do little shit to gain control of the environment. So if you just controlled yourself, that would help out so much more. Like when you say stabilizing them, you need to just stabilize yourself. It's not about stabilizing your gifts. Your gifts are going to play out how they play out. But you have to learn how to stabilize your emotions. Mars in Cancer. See, I'm a Cancer sun, and that and I have a lot of emotions, but that Mars in Capricorn really does help me. Like, it really does help me. with Mars in Cancer, you kind of figure you're gonna get what you want through playing games and through passive aggressiveness. When you just got to get what you want. That's what I do. That's what Mars in Capricorn does. As a Mars in Capricorn, I just get what I want. Whatever it takes. That's what I mean. Action, assertion, patience, strategy, whatever it takes, I get what I want. And I have enough of what I need to get what I want all the time because I'm going to regulate my energy so that I can do so. I'm not going to let myself get blown out, let my feelings get in the way. I'm not going to get dejected because something went wrong or somebody pissed me off earlier, so now I can't function. That's not how I do. I can always operate. I fear for my life right now. I always do because I worry about health issues that are not even non-existent sometimes because I've created this shit in my mind. But I'm still able to function fundamentally. I can work, I can help people, I can live, I can do like because that shit is separate from what I'm trying to accomplish. Fuck that. I got work to do. I got people to help. I got a family to feed. I got things I want. So I'm able to control my emotions most of the time. I don't let a lot of stuff bother me. I can get annoyed easily, but anyone that knows me really well knows that it takes a lot to make me angry. To make me, and I can get angry, but then I lose control because my Mars is still in the 4th house. But I do not like to lose control. That's why I don't like drinking a lot of alcohol. When I did drink alcohol, I like to feel the buzz, then I quit. It's about getting sleepy or giggling for a few minutes. It's not about getting drunk. When I got drunk, I do not like being out of control. I hate being out of control. Maybe it has to do with my Pluto in my 1st house also, but I hate being out of control. And so with me, I'm not going to do anything or act out of fucking character most of the time. There's a certain limit that I go to, and I don't let my anger or my energy go beyond that. And so it allows me to be functionable in all situations. Whether it's fear, anger, whatever it is. Like, there's a certain point in fear where I'm like, all right, I'm over it. Like, no matter how it is, I'm like, all right, bro. You just got it, like, boom, it's gone. Certain point with anger where it's like, all right, that shit doesn't matter. Just like you say, mind over matter. There's a point in anger where I'm like, you know what, that shit don't even fucking matter. I got other stuff to do. And my energy is no longer going to be attached to that. Hold on. But yeah. Nadifa, you said, what do I think about a moon in Gemini and a moon in Pisces person? It always seems fake. They can get along like moon. Gemini and Pisces are those signs that are really toxic for each other. Like they can get along and they can even be in relationships, but that shit, like it doesn't, they go in circles. They're really toxic for each other. There's not a lot good that comes from Gemini and Pisces when they're associated with each other. The environment influences those two too much with moon in Pisces and moon in Gemini. Just think about that so much. Other people's emotions in the environment is going to really, really have an effect on moon in Pisces. And the environment is going to have a very important effect on moon in Gemini. And so, like, there's too many outside variables that affect their relationship to each other. So it's never, like you said, it's never an honest relationship. But yeah, moon in Pisces and moon in Gemini, or Gemini sun and Pisces sun, it's just not, those two energies don't have an honest relationship to each other. They can have a bond, but it's not an honest relationship. because there's too much outside influence. Can I tell you about the moon in Taurus and the moon in Sag and Sinistry? Yeah, it's not going to be very good. They're way different. It's not that they don't get along like it would be like if it was a square. It's just they're so different. That in conjunction makes them so fucking different. Taurus is really calm and safe, and Sagittarius wants to experience and take risks and seek adventure. Mentally, spiritually. Taurus wants to play safe. And so finding a way for them to enjoy each other is just going to be the challenge. It's not that they can't, it's just finding a way that they can. Because they're so different. You dig? This is juicy. Next question, please. Then what the fuck I do? My bad. I type with 2 fingers. I wish I knew how to type better, but I don't. I'm out of there. I'm a 2-finger typer. Quick to type a typo. My pleasure, my pleasure. Hey, while we're in this low real fast, I need to take a 1-minute restroom break, and I'll be right back, y'all. But I gotta pee. I've been here for 2 hours. I need to pee, and I'll be back, and I might stay for another hour and a half. But I gotta use the restroom. So, give me just a minute. Now back to regular schedule programming. I had to fix myself. Nah, I had to fix that gun right there.
It's a beautiful day. I like that vibe. Shout out to Don Tolliver. He made it right here. What do I think about Aries Lilith conjunct Moon in Sinistry? I think it sounds real good at first. Real passionate and sexy and shit, but that shit right there gonna turn into actual physical violence. Almost guaranteed. I love that you love watching me. I'm glad that y'all here. You're not just watching me. This is an experience. We here together. Remember that. How can they help each other? They can't help each other. They fucking live. If they can live, you know when they say what don't kill you makes you stronger, they'll make each other strong as hell. But they're gonna be cheating and fighting and fucking and that shit right there is like hell nah. They can't learn shit from each other. That's Aries. They gonna fight and fucking. I mean, you pretty much get what you get with both of them. Now with Lilith and Aries, no, I don't see nothing. I just don't see the benefit in that right there. I'm not saying they can't have great sex. There's other stuff. It's not mean they can't have a good relationship. But when you ask about that, I can only address the aspect that you spoke on. And that right there, that don't even sound attractive. Not at all. Fuck that. What's up with Lilith and Sag in the second house? With Lilith and Sag in the second house, you always looking for a bigger bag. With Lilith and the Sag in the second house, you never gonna settle. You looking for the motherfucker that got more money. You looking for a motherfucker with the next biggest bag. Like, nah, you know what, bro? You starting to look a little broke. Your pocket's starting to look a little light. I don't know if you can keep affording this. This right here costs. But yeah, Lilith and Sag in the second house is always looking for a bigger bag. Fuck it. You just your broke ass back. Or I mean, it ain't even have to do with sexually in a relationship. Just period. You looking for a bigger bag. You always looking for more money. Like you're never gonna be satisfied. Like motherfucker, no, I think I need more money. Like your relationship ain't working at home, you think you should be making more money. You fucking, no matter what, like man, you know what? Anything happens, like you start thinking that that you're not getting paid enough. Yeah, I know you. One rare bird. It was my pleasure. But for real. What about Pisces, Jupiter in the second house? I have Jupiter and Pisces in the sixth house. Yours in the second house just basically gives you fucking talent you can pay off of. You can make money off of.
You have musical talent, you have spiritual gifts. Like, you can make a lot of money off of that. You probably can sing. When I see the second house and Pisces being there, I automatically think about music. I automatically think painting or music or some type of just divine gift that you can make way more money than other people. And you never been broke either. You have faith, and so your situation never gets bad, but you never been broke, you never will be. And you just always have faith, so your situation never decays around you. And you probably have some unique gifts yourself that are exclusive to you that you could really, 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 really come out with some guala off of. Like, I have a client of mine who has Jupiter and Scorpio in the second house. And she actually works with surgeons in her own way. And it's very profitable for her. Very. My son has Pisces in the second house, and that's how he gets down. My middle son, Jaheem. He doesn't do sports, he doesn't do the stuff that his brothers does. But when it comes to singing and choir, oh, that's his thing. And he has a second house stellium with Jupiter and the Black Moon Lilith and Chiron and a whole bunch of stuff going on in this second house. I appreciate the love. On CashApp, Brittany Morgan. Yeah, I call you by your government. It couldn't let me see what your YouTube name was, so I appreciate the love. You have Neptune in the first house in Scorpio. What do I say? Strong intuition or constantly fearful? Both. Not even fearful, paranoid. You don't trust anything. It's not even fearful. You ain't scared. You ain't scared of nothing. You just are paranoid. Have a lot of anxious energy. We'll see you later in my feelings. Stay out your feelings. Yo, that's a vibe right there. Everything is vibration. All right, Queen Key. My bad. Appreciate the love. Can I tell you about Life Path 3 and Life Path 11 compatibility? I can't really look at the synastry because that's an astrology thing, but I can tell you about their compatibilities. And synastry really is just addressing the energy between two things, so I guess I can do that also. It's great. It's great. See, those are two very talented people. But the 11 can get so caught up in that master number sometimes that the 3 can help remind them that, hey, enjoy your life. Sometimes it's not all about saving the world. Sometimes it's about inspiring people through enjoying your gifts and enjoying your life. That right there is divine in itself. Learn how to master your energy a little bit. And then the 11 can also help the 3 because they really can see things from a perspective, and they have kind of lived the 3 already. They understand the 3 in its own way. And so the 11 kind of, they have this wisdom that can really help a 3 when they're in those little bitty difficulties that they see in life. The little gossipy shit or messy shit that 3s can get into in mundane day-to-day stuff. So the 11 can really offer them good counsel and really help them stay on the right path. While the 3 can also remind the 11, hey, enjoy your life at the same time. It's beautiful. One rare bird, you said you just noticed 2 of your sons have 8th house sons. What do you generally expect from them? Them to be very secretive? Them to be very secretive people? Resourceful, secretive, powerful, but they're always changing, and who they really, you know, who they are, they keep to themselves. There's a lot more that they keep to themselves than what they show to everybody else. Hey, y'all, I have to go light an incense. I'll be right back in 1 minute, and I need to check on my dog. Not even 1 minute, 30 seconds. I'm sorry, but I gotta check on my dog. I gotta light an incense. I can't have it smoking like that. All right, we're good. The incense is actually lit. It was already lit. You said your daughter has an 8th house Leo sun. Then, I mean, she's a very confident person, and she draws people to her through her inner confidence. It's not as so much she shows out like a lot of Leos do. She didn't have to. She has that special something to her that she carries with her. Conductor Tarot, I appreciate the love. But yeah, she has something that she brings with her from inside of her that's confident in all situations, especially crisis. It's because she's been through some shit. With that 8th house Leo sun, she's been through some shit. Even if it's not big time external crises, she's been through some stuff inside of herself that has put a true confidence in her that is unshakable. Is unshakable. That's the truth. And my shit right there. Pisces sun in the 5th house with Venus and Mercury. You are creativity. You're not just creative. You are creativity. You are, it's just such a light. I have my moon in Pisces in the 5th house, so I know you have so much fun with your life because you bring fun with you wherever you go. Fun is not something you have. Fun is something you are. Creativity is not something you have. Creativity is something you are. You're a wondrous and beautiful creation, nah. Whoever that is, if that's not you, whoever that is, that's somebody special. They know it. They always knew it. They felt different than everybody else. They got something special to them. Sometimes they're too much. They're extra, throw temper tantrums, but other times you can't help but love them because like they always had that shit. You just love having fun. It's a spiritual thing for you. You play a lot. You play a lot. Sometimes that's how you deal with stuff is by playing. Like you laugh to keep from crying with Pisces in the 5th house. You have to. And And you learned how to entertain other people by making them laugh from a very early age yourself. You've always been able to make people laugh because you know how to amuse yourself. You figured out what was funny and what was amusing from a very early age. Not just because you inherently understood it, it's because you are it and because you figured it out when you were working it out inside your head. So, yeah. Let me see. Koala, you said thoughts on Pluto trine your midheaven in Libra and Chiron in Taurus. You're gonna make more money. You're gonna learn how to value yourself more when you have a more open mind through you know, just growing up and maturing, and you making different friends. All of that stuff right there helps you build better relationships, but it helps you make more money, it helps you in your career, and also it helps you value yourself more. But all of it goes hand in hand. Hand in hand. Are you serious, Heather? Shit. One of them fucking spy balloons again. Like, man, shit's finna go down. I'm trying to tell you. I don't know why it has to fly over here, man. This shit needs to be flying somewhere else. Fly over Florida or something. I mean, I know I love y'all in Florida, but don't be flying over here, man. Damn. I mean, it's going down. We already know. I've been seeing war helicopters. I've been like, it's going down. Bitch ass spy balloon again. I'm not looking. I haven't seen it. I'm not looking. I don't want to get scared. I won't look. I'll see it on the news if I see the news or something, but if it comes on the news, but I ain't even looking. I don't want to know. What's up, Zarek? Excuse me. I guess that was bullshit, because I do want to know. You see, I'm alert to bullshit. As soon as some bullshit comes out of my own mouth, I'll sneeze. A lot of y'all don't have that. That's why you live your life in a mess. I appreciate the love on the Pluto in the 4th house video. My daughter has Pluto in the 4th house. She and Prodigy, I appreciate the love. Beats, you said 8-7 life path, 33 man. Wait, now you got me so. And 8-10 life path, 9 synastry. What do you mean 8-10 and 8-7? Are they an 8 or a 7? Are they an 8 or a 1 on the other one? So you're 8, Oh, I'm looking at Aaron Zarek. Oh, Zarek, you a boss then. That's why you call yourself Zarek the Great. You here for great things with that 8. You got to clarify what you mean exactly, Beats. You said 8-7, life path 33, and 8-10. Are you telling me that? Oh, those are dates? Those are birthdays? The 8-7 and the 8-10? Just so I understand. I'm like, what the 8-7 and the 8-10 is throwing me off. But a 33 and a 9, yes, they can really help each other. Really help each other on the spiritual path. But that's so much giving. Who's gonna with all of that giving, right? With the 33 and the 9, with all of that giving and helping, like when are y'all gonna really get to enjoy each other and love each other and have a nurturing relationship to each other instead of y'all constantly putting your energy into saving the world and shit? Or even entertaining or inspiring or whatever it is that y'all the 9 does and the 33 does. Like, when is it gonna be about y'all's relationship to each other? It sounds great. Like, oh my God, together, like y'all could change the world and help so many people. But when are y'all gonna love each other? That's the question. When are y'all gonna love each other? Not just love who each other are. See, that's the thing. Those are two people who could really love who the other person is and really respect the other person. But on the other end of that, you could see a motherfucker really looking like, man, when are we gonna have an intimate moment? When is it gonna be about us? When are we gonna get to, enjoy each other? You could admire somebody without intimately knowing them. When are they going to take the time to intimately know each other? That's the question. Now, let me answer everybody else's question. I got you. I already answered it. Zarek the Great, you said you're trying to work on Pluto in the 10th house. That's ruthless ambition. It's like you're never going to want to be satisfied with working for somebody else or something mundane. Now, you feel like you need to be in a career that incinerates your whole life. And you feel like you have a purpose that's tied to you finding a career and you finding something that makes you successful. And if you find that, I just hope you're lucky enough to see how you found it so you really respect it, so it stays with you. But there's going to be these flat places or plateaus in your life where it seems like nothing's going the way you want. Then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of shit will happen that'll move you towards where you want to be or actually set you back in some cases. But either way, you have this thing where you can keep going in pursuit of a goal, regardless of your own fear or pain or outside influence, because you have this thing inside of you that just, it needs to achieve. It needs respect. It needs status. It needs to put you in a place that's exalted. Now, Gabby, how do I pronounce it? I want to say your last name, but I don't want to pronounce it wrong, but I have to try. So is it Yahawada? Is that right? I don't want to be wrong, but is it Yahawada? Is it Gabby W. Yahawada? My 9th house son has to try to pronounce this shit. Now, yeah, Gabby W. Yadawaha. I like this shit. And I didn't mean any disrespect. I have to try to pronounce things. I'm usually really good at it. So I can look at anything and be like, oh, you know what? I think I can pronounce that. I'm not going to keep trying to say it. I'm just going to say Gabby. But yeah. Yahawada. All right. Shan, you said you're an 8th house sun in Aquarius. So, I mean, you're here to change the game. See, the 1 is a leader. The 8, pardon me, not the 8th. The 8 is a boss. A motherfucking boss. And there's a difference between being a leader and a boss, because a leader will go it alone. The boss is going to have people looking up to them and following them. It's just a part of who they are. It's not about what they do. The 1 is more action oriented. The 8 is about who you are. You have a certain personal power, so you have to be careful with that. You have a certain magnetism. You have a certain weight that comes with being who the fuck you came to be. You got to respect that. But you still have to have a respect for other people. The people who aren't 8s. That's a part of your path as well. I need a few more of y'all to hit that like button for me. And that's just a matter of respect. If you're here and you aren't hitting the like button, what the fuck are you really here for? What are you really doing? You creeping? You hating? No. You might be swag sucking. I just hope you got a long throat. Yeah. Because as you can see, I got a long swag. And that ain't the only thing. Anyway. Let me stop playing. It's the Scorpio moon. It's got my mind in a nasty place. Stop playing for y'all get me in trouble. My baby started her new job today. I asked her was she excited. And she's a Capricorn. You know what she said? Hell fucking no. I'm not fucking excited. It's just a new job. Anybody impressed by none of them bitches? Yes. I said, you just get up there and get the Capricorn and you fucking run up there and you let them know you serious about your shit. And they don't do their job right. Make them hate you the first day. But they gonna respect you. They gonna respect you. Now me, I would be nervous. She knows that, and that's what I told her. I was like, I would be nervous, like, because it's new people, and I wanted people to. I'm a Cancer. I'm a Libra rising. Like, I want people to like me. Like, I don't have. I can play and say, oh, I'm strong that way. I don't care who likes me. No, people have always liked me. I want people to like me. People like me. I'm a likable person. It's like that Libra rising will get offended when somebody don't like me. Like, that's one of the worst things is when I first meet, and it happens a lot. Don't get it twisted. There's people that can't stand me, and I know that. But when I meet somebody that I want to like me and they don't like me, like, it makes me want to make them like me so I can not like them. It's like, no, motherfucker, you gonna be my friend. And once you be my friend, I'm gonna show you that I'm actually way better than you at everything and you ain't shit compared to me. It's a fucking personal defense. That's what you do. I'm gonna make you be my friend, and then once you become my friend, because you acted like you didn't like me at first, I'm gonna show you why you didn't like me. But first, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna teach you how you can like me, and then after that, I'm gonna show you why most people end up hating me, because you ain't shit. Everybody likes me. I'm a likable person. If you don't like me, there's something wrong with you. That's how that Libra rising feels. But that's not true, though. People are allowed. Sometimes your character is abrasive to people, and I've grown in my spiritual path and learned that. But when I was younger, especially, there was a dude that was my fucking arch enemy, right? And it's just because he didn't like me, and I couldn't understand why he didn't like me. Like, it was just a dude in high school, and we hung around the same people, but he just did not like, from the minute he met me, he did not like me. And I didn't have a problem with him, but except the fact that he did not like me. And it just, from that point forward, that motherfucker was, like, we almost came to blows several times. Now, there's people I really have fights with, but there was times where, like, even with gang shit, like, he ended up being parts of different gang shit than I was, and so it ended up being like, man, like, me and that motherfucker he just don't like me. And it wasn't because I didn't like him, it's because he didn't like me. And that, when I really think about it, right off the rip, he never liked me. So as time went on and Facebook came out, we ended up somehow being mutual friends or being friends on Facebook or something, because we'd grown up, and even though we didn't like each other, we still was nosy about it, whatever. Or we just knew each other, so we was cool, right? We come from a small town, so we were Facebook friends. That don't mean we're cool. We don't even mean that, you know what I'm saying? We really looking for shit to get into it about. This is when we were young back in the day, when I first got out of prison, or right before I went to prison. No, I didn't have Facebook when I went to prison. And so, no, I'll tell you exactly what happened. So, it turns out the reason he don't like me is because he is me. I mean, it was the day before my birthday, and boom, there goes his birthday popped up. It's like, I'm not gonna say his real name, but we call him Doe in the streets. Like, tell Doe happy birthday. And I'm like, what? And so it just made perfect sense right off the rip. Like, we're in the same grade, and he can even be a year older than me, but it's still like, there it was. There it was. Like, he just, something about me that he didn't like about himself, whatever the fuck it was. But we ended up being all right. We still ain't buddies, but we ended up being cordial with each other. I mean, we're grown. And it was him that was more adult about it. Funny as it was. I really started feeling like when I was younger that I was afraid of him. Like, I developed this complex where it's like, damn, like, because everybody liked me, and when I would see him, like, I would avoid him. Like, damn, man, is Doe over there? Like, I'm not going over there if that motherfucker Doe's over there, right? And so I would avoid him, but inside of me, it started being something inside of myself that I started resenting. Like, damn, are you scared of him or something, nigga? Like, you get what I mean? Like, bro, what you? And so one day, I had been cheating on my girl, and I had a little girl. I on my real girl, and I was going and dating this chick in the projects. So I had my real girlfriend that I was dating back then. I was only like 19 or 20, but I had my real chick that I was dating, and then I was in a relationship with for years. But then I had this chick in the project that I would be kind of dating too, because I would go hustle in the projects, right? So I would go sell substances in the projects, and I would have a little girlfriend that I would be her apartment where I would hang out at. And so I had went up there and messed with her, and I was about to go downstairs and mess with my best friend, who also hustled where we were at in those projects. And I looked out the window, and Doe was out there standing next to my best friend talking to each other. But it's like on my stoop where I hustled at. And so I'm just like, I seen him, and I'm just like, as soon as I saw him, I was just like, man, you know what? I'm finna go whoop his ass today. I was like, man, you act like you been scared of him. He's finna know about you today. So I put on my shoes. I'm like, he over here. He's a, you know, back then it was gang stuff, so I'm not proud of it. But he's from somewhere else. He don't even have no business over here. What the fuck he doing over here anyway? And so I see him he's being cordial with my best friend and shit. They're talking and playing and laughing with each other. But I'm thinking I'm finna go out there and just call him out immediately. So I tied my shoes on. I went downstairs, and as soon as I went downstairs, like, as soon as I walked on the stoop, his whole energy was different. Like, as soon as I walked on the stoop, his whole energy was just different. And so I came out there kind of combative, and he looking at me kind of like puzzled, like, nigga, what's wrong with, like, what? And I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? I'm combative, like, I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, after all these years, like, you got a, you know what I'm saying, you got a problem, bro? And he's like, bro, he looked at me, he's like, bro, I don't even know. He looked at me right in my face. He's like, bro, I don't even know what that shit was about, bro. We grown ass men now. And he just put his hand up. He's like, bro, he's like, bro, we grown ass men, bro. Like, I don't even know why I didn't like you, bro. Why I had a problem. He's like, I don't even know what that was about, bro. But fuck that shit. And you know what I'm saying? And I was just like, I had all this energy. And then, like I said, for me to find out that his birthday is the day before mine, and, you know, it just made a lot of sense. Because I don't like a lot of people sometimes. Like, I'm like that. I'm very much like that. Like, Cancer does that. That's a Cancer thing. Is I see somebody and I just judge them right off the rip. I see somebody and there's something about them. like most of my best friends that I've been friends with are people that I judged in my mind after I couldn't stand them when I first saw them, or their first impression of them I judged off of with my first impression of them or my initial feeling off of them, and it kind of made me feel some type of way. So it's the truth. Like I can meet somebody and just all of a sudden they could fucking I can think something about you or feel some type of way about you, or I could get have a feeling about myself that I feel about you, and that's what it really is. And so automatically I don't fucking like you, and so I automatically put myself in a position, and then over time, because I'm a Cancer with Libra rising and I'm not really combative, over time what ends up happening is I end up starting to I start liking you. I started softening up and realizing that I was wrong, and then I end up really growing an affection for you, because it's like, damn, like but it is what it is. It was a funny experience. Let me answer y'all's questions though. What's up, Paul Franklin? I had a good friend named Paul Frazier. He wasn't shit though. I'm glad your last name is Franklin. You said Pluto and Scorpio in the 9th house. You're gonna have a spiritual awakening. You're gonna go through some deep shit that brings out an awakening in your life, and you're gonna realize that like you have actually some very sharp wisdom and insight inside of you. You have an awesome intuition, and you can actually bring other people to their spiritual awakening if you don't lead them down the primrose path, which is also a danger. Now, yeah, go share this live right now for y'all that haven't. Kaya, Koala Queen. Yeah. From the Booger Bear to the Koala Bear, I said, what's up? That just made me so happy. That's what my mama used to call me. That's a name that some Southern black people call like a bad, that's a Booger Bear, but that's what my nickname was to my mama. And I don't know how that just came out of my mouth. I don't know why I said from the Booger Bear. I mean, because it Koala Bear, but I haven't said that in years. So that's a trip that just came out of me. But anyway, Nadifa, you said, how does a Leo rising? Hey, I appreciate you for joining the motherfucking tribal council, my boy. How does a Leo rising affect a Cancer sun? It makes them value their family a lot more. They are a very self-centered person. They are a very charismatic individual, but they also value their family a lot, and they care. Their emotions can sometimes really and them worried about their other people can really get in the way of their own light shining sometimes. But their feelings, it's hard for them to deal with it, so they just put on this face, they put on this character, because the stuff inside of them, that soft stuff, sometimes it really eats at them, and it brings drama, because the unresolved emotions end up creating drama. That's why that 12th house influence is a motherfucker. But other than that, they really care. They just sometimes seem like they're really self-centered, and they really they're really all about their friends and everybody else, but they really care about their family. They really are emotional people. They really are people that have a lot of unresolved emotions, but those unresolved emotions can really hamper down their lives in certain ways. But other than that, like, nobody would ever know how much you care, because a lot of times you just seem like you're putting on a front, or you're putting on a show, or you're just happy all the time. But they don't know how much emotion that's really in there. My daughter's a Leo rising, and she's always cool. Every time I ask her, I talked to her earlier this morning. I haven't talked to her in a few weeks, and I called her, and and I told her I was going to talk to her yesterday, and I didn't. I forgot, and that's not cool. And I called her, I'm like, hey, I'm so sorry. I called her 6 o'clock in the morning. I love you. I'm sorry. And she's like, it's cool. Like, and I'm like, it's not cool. It's not fucking cool. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's cool, but that's not cool for me as your dad to tell you that I'm going to call you. And for me not to call you, like that's the least. You get what I mean? And so it's just a lot of that, they don't show you how they really feel. They keep it hidden in that 12th house. Yeah. But their feelings, their family is very important to them. Even if they don't show it too much outwardly. Yeah. Let me answer everybody else's question. Ezekiel. That's love, my bro. Can I explain a life path 5? Yeah, life path 5 is just somebody who's here to experience a lot of different stuff. You're going to live an adventuresome life. You're going to have experiences that happen to you that don't happen to anybody else. You're going to have opportunities that come to you that don't come to anybody else. You're going to have a very unique and very, very exciting life. And through that, you're able to accumulate wisdom that you can impart on other people because you've been through so much that other people wouldn't even be able to understand. You've experienced things that other people would be terrified of even trying to understand. And so that 5 really gives a person a strength of character. And it's just a very unpredictable life that helps you develop a wisdom that's unparalleled and a strength of character that is, you know, really empowering for the individual. And a wisdom, you know, a wisdom from experience that is beautiful in its own right. So absolutely. What's up, Brad? That's the vibe. I hear something flying outside. Heather, you didn't scare me. I hear something flying outside. I'm scared of the motherfucker now. Shit. Fuck that. I'm online about 5 days a week, Ezekiel Torres. You got to catch me now. I'm glad you caught me, but I've been on live like 5 days a week here for the last few weeks. I'm going to try to maintain at least 4 or 5 days a week moving forward. We'll come live again tomorrow at some point. We'll come with the hump day vibe on Wednesday. We'll come with a teachable moment on Thursday. We'll come with a top 5 on Friday. Tomorrow might be the only day I don't come, but I'm Friday. Unless something comes up that I can place on my calendar tomorrow, I probably don't do that because my calendar is kind of clear at the moment. It hasn't ever been clear in a long time, but it's clear right now. I need my books to fill up. But we here. Definitely in it. Nadifa, you've been trying to figure out Leo in the 9th house. I appreciate the love, Nadifa. The CashApp love, for real. That's for real love, for real. Thank you. But with Leo in the 9th house, that's about confidence. Like your spirituality Through experiences, you build confidence in yourself. Through spirituality, you build confidence in who you are. And the more confidence you build in who you are, the more your true creativity, your true character comes out, the more your light shines, the more your light inspires other people. That's about becoming an inspiration. But in order for you to become an inspiration, you have to be inspired. And so for that, you have to find that confidence through experiences and through spirituality that, you know, is a light that continues to put flame to lamps moving forward. So that's beautiful in its own right. Yeah, straight like that. Yeah, that's the vibe right there. Life past 6. Life past 6 is about nurturing. It's about family. It's about creating a home for yourself, or maybe finding a home inside of yourself. That could also be something. It's not just about creating a home for your family, but it's finding a home inside of yourself so you can express your emotions healthily. It's about commitment. Learning how to commit to something, to somebody. That's the 6. Ooh. Then you're going through some major life changes in your relationships and in what you want to do with your life. You might even be going through a time where you're becoming more aligned with what your spiritual path wants for you, Ezekiel. And that means you have to get over your doubts and your fears in order to do so with your Saturn return at 0 degrees of Pisces. You have to get over your fears. You have to get over the past. You have to, you know, really let yourself deal with those emotions that you tend to ignore. There's some stuff in life that you just can't escape or avoid. Thankfully, this is over with for you. In 3 months, you'll be done with your Saturn return. And you'll never see it again. Well, you'll see it again. I hope you do. My bad. That sounds bad, like you're going to die. You won't see it again for another 28 years. I'm sorry. But yeah, you won't. I don't want to speak that type of negative stuff. I rebuked what I just said. But what I'm saying is you won't see another one for 28 more years. Sorry. that was Saturn. Like, I'm just going to scare the shit out of you real fast. Let me scare both of y'all. I get like that. Like, since I've been having Saturn conjunct my moon and influencing everything in my chart the way it has, and I've letting fear control me, I will get to where I'm feeling good, right? And then I will start worrying about something, and whatever I start worrying about will start hurting. And I'm like, damn, bro, like the other day, I remember I was telling, like, my digestive issues have been so much better. Like, they're not cleared up all the way, but pretty much, like, they have resolved to where I was worried about, where I thought it was something that was fucking crucial and life-threatening, where it's a fucking nervous digestive issue. And the problem was I didn't calm the fuck down, so it never calmed down. I kept myself constantly irritated for months at a time, so it took months at a time to calm the fuck down and get back right. And now I have irritable issues with my guts. Now, which sometimes, especially with IBD, not IBS, is chronic stuff where you have to wait for it to go in remission, and that takes months or weeks, and especially if you're not on medication, which I'm not. So I had to be changing lifestyle, and over time, changing my habits, changing my lifestyle, and calming the fuck down, and then it calmed down. But I still be worried, and it'll be like, as soon as my stomach feels better, I'll start having a headache, and I'll start thinking that I got something going on in my brain, or I got COVID, and I'll think, I'm too sick, or my fucking left nut will start aching, and I'll start thinking, well, oh shit, there's something going on in there, and then you start, like my mind, it's like a compulsive thing in my mind. I'll go constantly check myself, squeeze my fucking balls until they're fucking bruised and hurting for real, like for real, constantly adjusting them and checking them, and like, and it's just your mind, like I'm going crazy. My wife's like, bro, you are tripping, and it's been a whole thing for me. And I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, man, I would feel really good if it just wasn't this. Well, you would feel really good if you just wasn't thinking about anything else, motherfucker. And so that's how it kind of goes for me. Is I've been just, you know, letting my fears control me, and it's not the issues outside of me just getting older. That's all it is. I'm fucking 37 years old. I'm not the same age I was. I have to eat different. I have to do things differently a little bit. You know, and that's plain and simple. And that's just a part of maturing. Being scared to go to the doctor. That's something I got to get over. That's what I'm still dealing with right now. I'm terrified to go to the doctor because I don't want him to diagnose. Even though I've been functioning for months, I'm fine when it really boils down to it. Like, I don't want to go to the doctor because I'm scared of getting diagnosed with some shit, and I don't feel like people start dying until they get diagnosed with shit. So that's my reason for not going to the doctor. And then I can use not having insurance as an excuse. Like, no, I don't have insurance. I can't pay for it if something is wrong. So I'm fine. I've been fine. But that's also that's like growing up and that's just being a part of being a human. But I got fear that's controlling me, that's keeping me from just living my life. And it's just emotional maturing that I need to do. Like, get over yourself. Get over that fear. Because everybody dies. Everybody can get sick. Like, you got to learn how to deal with stuff inside of yourself. And so, learning that is real big time for me. And that's what this whole Saturn shit is dealing with. Because if I don't, guess what? Saturn conjuncts my Jupiter in my 6th house next year. Right now, it's conjunct my moon in my 5th, and it's aspecting my sun in my 9th, and my Pluto in my 1st, and my Neptune in my 3rd, and my Saturn in my 2nd. So it's aspecting all those areas of my life. But when it gets done aspecting all of this in my 5th house, which is really just robbing me of me living my life and enjoying my life, it goes into my 6th house for real with my Jupiter. So now I done really fucked myself up because I just didn't deal with those fucking feelings and the fear, and I really stressed myself into something fucked up for real. And it had nothing to do with anything that's really happened, because everything I've worried about has not happened. Everything that I've worried about for the whole year has nothing of that horrible stuff that I was obsessed about has happened. Had my nodal return, had Saturn conjunct my moon, had Pluto square to my nodes, I'm still fucking kicking, I'm still strong. I just did 1,000 push-ups, I did about 700 push-ups before we came live. Ate fried chicken yesterday and all that other shit, my stomach is fine. I gotta get off the fucking PrIcElEs, but that's a whole battle in itself. Like, I'm fine. But it's my mind, it's the fear, it's the emotion. It's processing things. I need to learn how to process things instead of avoiding, ignoring, or trying to escape. There's Pisces. For you, whatever's going on in your life, the feelings, like, you just got to learn how to deal with your feelings because you're fine now. You're like, it is what it is. Now back to this. Nanifa, you said, can I tell you how to keep a man? Because you can read them like nobody's business, even what they're thinking, and they think you're a witch. You think what they're thinking. You just ain't met the right one that hit that dazzle on you. See, I have the Black Moon Lilith in Gemini in the 8th house. I got Mars sexed out my Jupiter. Let me tell you something. I have the ultimate discombobulator. Motherfuckers be thinking they got lie detectors. Motherfuckers be thinking that, no. You just ain't got hit with that discombobulator. Yeah, you can call me Bob. You just ain't had the right motherfucker hit you with that discombobulation. For real. You running them off. always suspicious of them all the time. You think you reading their mind, you just suspicious of everybody, and so it ain't about keeping them, it's about having them. Stop trying to keep somebody, which means you're trying to control them and just enjoy them. Be careful. I know you. Yeah, I know you. Now, what's next? September joy. What's cracking with Texas? I'm from Texas. I don't live in Texas, but I'm from Texas. You know what I'm saying? West Texas, to be exact. You understand? But I went through the wardrobe and somehow ended up on the Narnian Peninsula. Let me answer everybody else's question now. Venus is conjunct your moon and Chiron. You disappeared for a week and had everybody worried. I believe it. Heather Nielsen, you said you have a friend who lost the majority of her colon from stress-induced ulcerative colitis. Yeah, I ain't trying to lose no pieces of my booty. I ain't got a lot of ass anyway, but even inside, like, I'm still pooping fine. I don't want to go there, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I get pains, like, in my abdomen from time to time, you know, throughout the day or at different time, depending on what I eat. But for the most part, I'm not in pain chronically like I was. Like, there was a time where I was in pain chronically for a few months, and I haven't taken any medication. It stopped doing away. But I stopped stressing about it all the time also. Instead, now I stress about my balls or headaches or anything. Anything. And those are working just fine too. It's the mind. It's the mind. I got to deal with the fear. Ain't nothing happened to me that ain't happening to nobody else, you know? That's the truth. It's just life. Even the worst, which is death, that happens to everybody else too. So I got to start learning how to process things. How do I look? Do I look sick? Look like I bounced back well, do y'all think? My face was looking real gaunt there for a month or so. Maybe a couple, maybe a month. Y'all said, oh, that jawline is showing, but y'all really saying, bro, you looking real motherfucking. That's what they say. Oh, you have, what? Look at that jawline. What y'all really saying is, bro, you look like you might need to eat a steak sandwich. You see, we back to this. Yeah, because sometimes with chronic pain, you get used to it. It's not that it stopped hurting, you're just used to it. And I have seen some of that also. Like, sometimes my stomach was hurting for months that I had got used to it to where I wasn't stressing it. But like I said, it just took time. And I can eat the wrong thing and it'll trigger me, but now I understand that it's a bowel, that it's a bowel issue. It's not ulcers. And if it is, I mean, it would have been really a lot worse by now if it hasn't healed. It would have healed by now or gotten worse with the PrIcElEs. And so, it's not that. But I'm not even talking about it. I'm done talking about it. Because I'm healthy, I'm happy, handsome. More handsome than whatever you got at home. And that's all right. He's probably a great guy. He just ain't priceless. I'm still here for any questions y'all may have. As a matter of fact, I need one more 30-second break. I gotta go check on my dog one more time. I'll be right back. Y'all get some questions coming up on the screen, and I'll be back in 1 minute, and then we'll be right back. All right, but I gotta go check on my puppy. He gets separation anxiety. I'm back. Who's terrified? Me? You have to elaborate on that. You can't say something like that without elaborating. What do you mean the DV is bad? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, though. I don't even know if I have a devious bag. It's true. I'm just speaking my truth. It's honesty, but it doesn't mean it's your truth. That's the thing with that. It's an honest expression, but that doesn't make it facts. Although it is in this case. Yeah. Hit me up, Ezekiel. Yeah, I understand. Life, people go through shit. I've been waiting for you to hit me up. Yeah, Yeah. Life been life, you know. I wasn't in the best place myself 6 months ago. Or 3 months ago. But we good now. And if we ain't, we gonna be, because we have no other choice, no matter what happens. Next. Do I believe in the supernatural? Sometimes. Most of the time. I've had some supernatural experiences. But I have doubts all the time. I struggle with faith about everything. So I can even doubt my own experiences sometimes. But yeah. I've seen some stuff, man. It's not even seen, I've had experiences myself. Where something beyond me made its presence and communication available to me. So yeah. Mega Elixir. What's up with it? Yeah. Bye. We've been here for 3 hours, y'all. So what we're gonna do is go for maybe 30 more minutes. And then we're gonna do something else. Alright? For those of y'all that haven't got a reading from me, you need to get one immediately. For those of y'all that have, you need to get one set up for Christmas for your peoples immediately. I'll even work you a deal if you're trying to get more than one. For the people that ain't joined the Vibe Tribal Council, you need to join immediately. It's $5, Buster. Fuck with me like that. Now, for those of y'all that are interested in consultations or would like to hire your own astrologer to be in your pocket, I'm right here. I appreciate the love on CashApp, Mega Elixir. I'm right here. You can put me in your pocket as your personal astrologer for a small monthly fee. And what that would be, of course, is you having access to me and being able to ask me questions throughout the month, and also speaking to me once a week as your own personal astrologer. And we will track your transits. We will keep you on point with what's upcoming. And we'll teach you a little something about you and about astrology that you can take moving forward yourself in the process. And you'd have to ask me about that. All right. Because I'm looking to take on 3 clients with that, as well as 3 students or 3 pupils as my proteges. And I'm only going to do 3. Maybe in another few years I'll do another 3, but I'm only going to, because I can only really give my knowledge in a very personal way. We have to be able to talk to each other intimately. And so for us to be able to communicate with each other openly and have Zoom sessions where we can look at things together, or where we can have phone calls where we're looking at your stuff, I have to be able to give you a certain amount of attention that is gonna help you really grow your knowledge. So you just gotta send me an email at mr.turner1300@gmail.com, and it's not gonna be cheap, I'm telling you now. For me, I know it's priceless and it sounds cliche, but the truth is, for those of y'all that want to become one of my pupils, one of the 3, you got to get at me. And I'll let everybody know when I have my 3. For those of y'all that want to put me in your pocket, you just got to send me an inquiry saying, put you in my pocket. And I'll tell you the price. All right. Now back to the vibe. Who didn't accept you in the Facebook group? In Star or in Priceless Knowledge of Self? In Star, I never accept a friend request, and everybody gets accepted. There's hundreds a day though, so it just might take them some time to get to them all. For my own group, either I myself or Ember Dawn will accept you. Yeah, I will. If not, I'll tell Ember to go make sure she accepts everybody. She might come do the live at some point, but I'll definitely tell Ember to go check to go. She does all that most of the time. And I don't even know if there's how many people are fuck with the Priceless Knowledge on Instagram. It's not even active, I don't think. I don't know what Maria does with it anymore. We used to be business partners, and we kind of haven't communicated in like a year and a half. We were business partners, and just she's a Pisces moon, I'm a Pisces moon. We kind of just spaced out on each other. There was nothing happened between us. We developed a lot of stuff together at the beginning of all of this. As far as she made the logo for Priceless Knowledge and a lot of stuff that I have, but she got to doing her own thing with Luna Fiera Holistica, where she has her own brand of astrology that she kind of pushes on her own, and she has her own stuff. So she kind of doing her thing. She kind of didn't fall out of grace with Priceless Knowledge. She just started focused on building her brand for herself. She didn't want to be caught up in what I was doing, and so without the need to formally say something, because we're Pisces moon, we don't need to do that. I just understood what she has going on. So we haven't spoken in like a year, but if we needed to, I'm sure we could. I don't even know if we're friends on social media anymore. We're not in each other's algorithm. And that happens. Sometimes you fall out of algorithm with people. It's a part of life and experience. I'm kind of like that. No, I only started in 2020. Y'all all been here since 2020. The page just started in 2020. Some of y'all been here since 2020. My Magic, you been here since 2020. Tigger's World been here since 2020. Heather's been here since 2021, maybe 2020, 2021. We used to have Electric Lady. She's still around. She contacts me regularly. She just has her own thing going on herself. She went in on and built her own stuff. But yeah, Reflection been here since 2021. It's some people that been here since you know we jumped this shit off. There's some of y'all that really fuck with me, and I really love y'all and appreciate y'all vibing with me the way that y'all do. But yeah, Taekwondo been riding with me since off the jump. That's my day one G, like for real life. I slap somebody about Taekwondo in real life. About Mr. Nobody. About Tigger's World. I'll check a nigga for real. But I also would roast the shit out of him right here in this live. Because he must have a lot of personality, because that nigga is not cute. Yeah, that boy, man. Mr. Nobody, man. Bro, you not cute, bro. I seen your profile picture. I don't know how this broke you know. Yeah. I said that boy looked like T-Pain and Lil Jon fused together. It's like someone's like, yeah, I'm in love with a stripper. For real. You look like you got catfish in your family. Don't get me started, bro. I'm wrong. It ain't fair because you can't talk. You can only type. It's not fair. It's really not fair to you. And you're Aries. You want to whoop me. And you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get beat up. I'm light skinned. Shit might knock my hat off or something. My teeth already chilled. Yeah, what happened to the Witcher on these hoes? That was the throatest name. I miss my boy the Witcher on these hoes. I've been watching the Witcher. I kind of felt in the third season because it just kind of got repetitive. I love the Witcher, but then I get sad because I know that that Geralt is not going to be Henry Cavill is not going to be Geralt anymore. They're going to put Thor's little brother, the one that was married to Miley Cyrus, is going to be fucking Geralt now. And fuck that. Fuck that. And plus the Bard's haircut. Like, I like the Bard in the other seasons. He's my favorite character on there. But the Bard haircut, and then when they made the Bard, you know what I'm saying, they had to, you know what I'm saying, they had to actually define his sexuality. I didn't like that they did that. Like, they should have let him be just the Bard. He had to be able to get it in. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Bard, he fucked around. You didn't have to define anything. He's the Bard. You just understood that. But now, you know what I'm saying, they try to make it, they have to do everything these type of days political. Like, you didn't have to define him as one type of way or some type of way. Like, he's the Bard. It's like he's a slave to women, but he loves men, really, when it boils down to it. But he's the Bard. He's a troubadour, which I'm a troubadour at heart. But not like the troubadour like the Bard is a troubadour. Like a troubadour like George Strait. Like George Strait is a troubadour. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's gonna change what I am. I was a young troubadour. Yeah, that boy George Strait. When I wrote it on the song, I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. But yeah, man. I miss the Witcher on these hoes. Y'all, we used to have some thrown names in here, like the Witcher on these hoes. I don't know what happened. Maybe he started his own channel. He should. He had such a charisma. He should have started his own channel. But yeah, the Witcher on these hoes. There's a lot of people that used to come through here. But when I was going through my shit and I wasn't coming as live as much, you know, people get caught up. They find other things that they do. People get to a different place in their spiritual growth or in their life where they just get off of that. Or people will finally be like, you know what, he does the same thing all the time. I'm going to get on my nerves. Whatever it is. You know, they go get caught up in dolo shit. Whatever it is. They drink the Kool-Aid. A whole bunch of stuff happens. Yeah. Reefer and Franklin's, he won the lottery. He was here every day harassing every female in the chat. That's all he did was try to hit on females in the chat. And then he won the fucking lottery. He won the fucking lottery. He said, oh, I'm waiting on now. And we never heard from him again. It's been some people here, man. Yeah, he won the lottery. I know he tricking like a motherfucker. And for those of y'all that ain't privy to what that word means, tricking is paying for it. Tricking. Sugar daddy. Sugar daddy. He looked like he was prone to doing something. We had some people. Villanita been here since day one too. Villanita been tuning in from different countries all over the world since day one. From Spain, Germany, fucking Belgium. Like, it's been some people, for real. Sandeem used to be here all the time. She's in Stockholm, Sweden. We be in Australia, Japan. Cheryl Gray will hit us from Japan the other day. Queenie Two Bliss. Saturn and Pluto in the 3rd house. It means you developed a lot more intellectually than you did emotionally when you were a kid. And you could see people's motives and you could see how people were way before you could even explain. And so, at the best, it made you clever. At the worst, it made you paranoid. With Saturn there, it made you paranoid. It made you not trust people. And you don't talk a lot either. And you might have had trouble talking at first. You could see a lot. You could like you knew so much, but it was hard for you to communicate it even. And you're painfully self-aware. You're painfully self-aware. And when you look at people and you're watching people, you're judging them at the same time. And you're very, very careful who's paying attention to you. And you're very secretive in how you move. And you're very discreet in your movements because you don't want people looking at you and judging you the way that you look and judge people. So yeah, I know you. Tickets World said he's going to Japan. Oh, he finna be over there lying to them like a motherfucker. Oh, man. Oh, you finna be lying to them Japanese people. They finna think you motherfucking Lil Jon or T-Pain for real. Ugh. I can't go. I'm a felon. I can't do it. Hey, Queenie, yeah, I'm gonna email you back as soon as we're done. All I gotta do is shoot you a price. You're gonna shoot me the birth dates, and then we'll set up a date for us to talk on the phone about it. All right? Simple. It's a simple interaction. Now, I mean, you might not be able to deal with the price rate. It's not gonna be too heavy, but I'm just saying. It is a double dose, so I'm not gonna charge it double. But we're gonna hit it, wow. One session. Get it out the way. If you can't afford it, we'll come back to it when you can, and we'll. But you should be able to. You look like you a baller. You a baller? You a baller? Mr. Turner1300@gmail.com. That's depressing. Fuck that. That's bullshit. Fuck that. I like that right there. Back to the vibe. I was on that one a little bit too. Who's in Taiwan? The one Capricorn from Hawaii. The only person I know from Hawaii was Kane. Kane is Scorpio placements and shit. She comes through every now and then. Kane came through from Hawaii. I'm American. Yeah, Kane still comes around every now and then, but yeah, Kane. She's an Aries moon, always trying to fight with everybody. She checked me the first rip. I respect her. I said something. She hit me up in my email. Said, "Don't be calling me out in the live. Don't be calling me out in the chat." So I called her out every time after that. But yeah, let's stop reminiscing, man. They'll be back, and if not, fuck them. And I love you if you're here and you can see this again. But hey, if you came and you're not here, then hey, we respect your presence. If you're not here no more and you fuck with somebody else more now, fuck you. That's how I am. Yeah. I respect it, but fuck you. See, that's another trait that Cancers don't really get spoken on about. Here's the thing that comes from being a Cancer. If Cancers care about you, it's bad because sometimes that's worse. Because if a Cancer cares about you, they can be trying to manipulate you, trying to keep you around and keep you in their life because they're scared of losing you all the time because their weird ass be tripping and be fucking just too much. And so they're always worried that people are going to leave them or people are going to change up on them because of how they're so changeable. Even though they love you, they're not going to change on you. They just are changeable people. Cancers are. Their moods influence everything. So that sometimes that gets a lot to deal with. And the way that Cancers are and how manipulative they can be and how fucking controlling they can be in their own way because of their emotions. It's not like they're controlling like... It's not about controlling like, I'm going to attack you or I'm kind of physically control you. It's like, man, my emotions are so fucking powerful over every situation that you have to address my emotions. Like my emotions have to be catered to in every situation, so I have a certain amount of control over everything. That's some Cancer shit, right? But you know, it's really abandonment issues. It's really abandonment issues. But there's another thing where if Cancers don't care about you, if you're not one of those people that they care about like that are family to them or somebody that they love, they don't give a fuck about you. They can even like fucking not even see that you exist. If you're not some of the people that a Cancer cares about, they don't give a fuck about you. They're caring people to the people they care about. That's something that people don't speak about with Cancers. But to other people, they can be fucking cold-blooded. They can be cold fucking blooded if you're not one of those people. For real. Does your Cancer wear a hat like this? If he don't, he's a sucker. Yeah. I gotta stop calling people's boyfriends suckers, though. I was doing it on Facebook the other day. I was on Facebook the other day, and then I was doing something about the Cowboys, and this girl got mad. I was like, man, so she's like, my boyfriend's a Cowboys fan, but he hates Dak Prescott. I was like, well, he ain't no fucking Cowboys fan then. And she's like, he's been a lifelong Cowboys fan. And I was like, she's like, Dak Prescott throws interceptions. I was like, your boyfriend weak. I was like, he's weak. He ain't no fucking Dallas Cowboys. She's like, he ain't weak. You're weak. He's way more of a man than you are. And I was like, nah, he ain't no man, because you the one taking... I just immediately attacked her. Just straight Cancer, like, I'm weak. I'm weak. I said, well, why he ain't the one over here arguing in the comments then? How come you sitting there defending your man, but he ain't even... on your profile, it says in a relationship, but it ain't no pictures of him. Ain't nothing I can look and click on and say, oh, that's her man right there. So I started just throwing lugs, and I knew I was wrong, but that emotion, my feelings was involved. Once she started, and it had no reason for my feelings to be involved. But yeah, once I got into that Leo Cancer tip, like, and all I did was like, I had no reason to do, like, I just disrespected her dude for no reason, like, and it's because I wasn't gonna disrespect her because she's a girl, but in doing so, I started juking at her dudes. I don't know him or her. They live in a state way across the world. Like, there's nothing I can do to them or they can do to me. But it was a wasted energy exchange. Like, I just immediately started just talking that shit, like, yo dude weak. And started punching holes in their relationship, and that shit really just reflective of myself when it boils down to it, and my immaturity. That's the truth. Because I don't even like Dak Prescott. I was on one of them moves where that 49ers game had just started, that the Cowboys got whooped by the 49ers. And everybody was already talking shit, like, I can't stand Dak. And I was like, nah, I was like, if you talking shit about Dak, you ain't no Cowboys fan. And then automatically she jumped on my post, which she made her open. But I should have just been able, like, I asked for it. I'm a Cancer sun in the 9th house. Your Aries moon can be in the 6th. I was just thinking, your Aries moon can't be in the 6th, but yeah, it can. Yeah, it can. You'll buy who what? Nadifa? See, I'm seeing shit in the chat. I missed a whole bunch of questions. Yeah, Cancers can be fucked up, emotionally manipulative. They want people to need them. Tigger's world. I'm not like that because, and I'm not trying to clean it up because in ways I was dependent on people when I was younger, but that I've grown out of that type of stuff. Like, I've learned how to function on my own. But that has also have to do with my vertex being in Taurus too, like me developing self-sufficiency and being a solid person on my own and realizing I'm the bag. I don't need to be dependent on nobody. I don't need nobody for anything. Just learning how to take care of things fundamentally. And, you know, having the wife that I have has helped me because her being a Capricorn, she's not going to take care of me. She's never going to pay for shit for me and take care of me. Like, nah, motherfucker, you going to work, you going to do it. Like, and before that, I didn't never have that. Because of how I look or my potential or the way I have sex or whatever the fuck it was, motherfuckers were willing to take care of me. And so me growing to be a man was a big thing. And that's something that a lot of people don't speak on. See, a lot of dudes don't speak on that. I wasn't a good hustler. I hustled and I was in the streets, but I wasn't a good hustler. I'm an addict too. I was a good rapper, but I didn't have a good career. I got a record deal and fucked it up. Stealing from my producer and fucking robbing in the streets and shit like that because I wasn't a good hustler, because I was dependent on everybody else. So going to prison and realizing that about me and realizing I wasn't shit, realizing I was nobody, that I was nobody, that I am nobody. Like, all that shit I thought was cool and gangster, like, that shit was trash. Like, the fucking scum of the fucking earth. When I realized that I was fucking everything that I hated about people, like, it started to breed change in me. But first, it's a painful realization. And as a Cancer, like, realizing that I was dependent on people, like, I treated people the way I treated them because I needed them. And I would have a lot more simple and honest relationships when I didn't need people. I would be able to be more comfortable about myself and be stronger if I didn't need people that I was in relationships with. And so stop needing them. It's not just for financial, it's also emotional support, because my mama died when I was 13. So stop looking for my mother in females. My mother died. Like, I had to stop doing that shit. That's Cancer shit. Like, my mother passed away, so I'm looking for somebody to love me and take care of me. And, like, nah, bro, you a grown ass man. Take care of yourself. And that's not your mom. And my ex-wife, who is an Aries, she told me that. You know, one time we were chilling, and I was like, man, hey, mama, come here. She's like, man, look. First of all, it was after we were splitting up. She's like, first of all, I'm not your fucking mama. That's what's wrong with you. Like, you call everybody mama and shit like that. That's what's wrong with your ass. Like, I'm not your fucking mama. She's an Aries with a Scorpio moon, Virgo rising. But she's like, I'm not your fucking mama. So you can kill that shit right there. Stop calling me mama. She said, I understand it's a term of endearment for you or whatever, but I'm not your fucking mom. You got to get that out of your fucking head. So a lot of the shit they say about cancers is true, even though it's painful to see and it hurts your feelings when you see people making fun of cancers the way that they do, whether it be about the mother complex, the Oedipus complex, whether it be about the way that their mothers are with their children, whether it be about the crying. Now, cancers are very dangerous, but, you know, that's the way it is. Aries men are Mega Elixir's weakness and all that other shit. It keeps saying my chat is disconnected and it's pissing me off. Yeah, maybe it made me solid. That karmic debt 19 made me solid, but I just, you know, I'm just very self-aware, bro. That's my great, like, I have a lot of fucking things that are cool about me, but, like, anybody that knows me, for real, is gonna say my best fucking trait is my ability to see where I was wrong and apologize. Like, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Like, that's something that so many people don't know. And so for me, I always have been the type of person that once I start realizing that I have defects about my character, my Pluto in the first house, whatever you want to call it, karmic debt 19, like, I start working on it immediately. Sometimes in a day, I'll be a completely different person by the end of the day than I was earlier in the day. Like, I will find pieces of my personality that I fucking don't like, and I will eliminate that shit just like that, and I will create another piece another part of my persona that I do respect and I'm proud of until that lets me down. It's a very complex operation going on in me presenting what you see here. You know, it's a constant inner maintenance, but that takes awareness. And all of us, that's what my whole point of having this channel and being here with y'all is. That's why I tell y'all about my own personal stuff and how the planets are influencing me and what I'm going through. Because y'all can see how it affects. Y'all can see it. That's why I try to be as authentic and open with y'all as I can be. I have to be honest and open with myself as I can be. You know, and a lot of that comes back to me realizing I wasn't shit. Like, I wasn't shit. No, Elena, I see. I have that fucking shit tattooed on the back of my head from a toxic relationship. The worst toxic relationship I ever had with another Aries was a chick named Alana. And it says Queen Alana tattooed on the back of my head right here. Boom, boom. Still there. It would be too big to cover up. And that shit was the stupidest shit. Trying to hang on to some Cancer shit. It wasn't out of love. It was trying to hang on to a relationship. I was locked up. And I was locked up in a Pisces moonway. I had got my parole revoked for failing too many drug tests and to doing drugs on parole, not just weed, hard drugs, methamphetamine. So, and I was supposed to be a hustler and a gangster, and she's about that. She wasn't with that shit. Her being an Aries, like, she's from the streets. She wasn't with that, and I hid it from her. And people told her, and I lied to her, and like, I was able to hide it for months at a time, be in the bathroom smoking dope and shit. And she, like, I ended up going to prison, getting revoked and getting sent back to prison for failing drug tests. So me trying to hang on to that relationship that was toxic in the first place because I didn't want to be alone in prison. I'm like, man, that's one of the stupid things that you do. Is like, man, I got your name tattooed because it's so easy to get a tattoo in prison for $5, $7. You know what I'm saying? So I got your name tattooed on the back of my head. And what's funny is I really did it. I got it started. I started to get it halfway and I stopped. And so I was walking around in prison, right? With the word queen tattooed on the back of my head in prison. And so I had to explain that to gangsters and gang members and just everybody, like, bro, why the fuck it say queen on the back of your head? You know what I'm saying? Like, because it didn't say her name yet. And so when I got out and she ended up getting back with me, she's like, I'm taking you to get that tattoo fixed. And so when it's her taking me, it's like, oh shit, now I gotta go do it. She's like, I'm getting your name tatted too. But hers is on her thigh, mine is on my head. And then we ended up splitting up 2 months after that. And that was the worst fucking relationship I ever had before. Like, it was the most toxic, violent, fucked up relationship I ever had. That girl pepper sprayed me, hit me with a stung. And not because I was attacking her, because I've never been violent. Not with no lady. But she fucking, she's an Aries. That's how she's a Cancer. She's an Aries with a Cancer moon. I don't remember her rising, but she fucking was. She's like that. Like, she didn't go out and buy new outfits or new shoes when she got money. She went out and bought weapons. She would go to Army Surplus and buy different shit that looked like phones or looked like pins, and that shit would really be a stun gun. Or she'd buy a switchblade, or she'd go buy a new gun. Like, we had guns all over the fucking house. And so we were in a toxic relationship where I was sneaking and doing drugs, and I was cheating on her with the chicks I was hustling with, because I was not only doing drugs, I was selling them also. But I had a house that I went to, that I set up shop at, but there was really a girl's house. And so I would be over there supposedly just hustling with the chicks she introduced me to, but I was fucking them. And so I'm coming home and sneaking and smoking dope the rest of the night and shit, and then going to my other hustle house and smoking dope all day, and then trying to hide, spending all my time hiding my fucking addiction from her, to where I ended up going to prison. And so all that whole relationship, like, it was just fucked up. And so when I got out of being locked up, like, for real, when I got out of being locked up, they were telling me that I couldn't live in the town I was living in, and I had to go to another town. And so me and my wife now, or my son's mom at the time, she was just my baby's mom at the time, we started talking more. And like, she's like, man, you can come down here. We don't even have to be like, you can come down here and take the classes if you need to. We know, we've been known each other for decades, a decade before that. And so it was more or less like, all right. And so I went down there, but as soon as I went down there, old girl went crazy. She started threatening me and trying to get me locked up. And she did a whole bunch of crazy stuff to try to get me in trouble and even get me killed. And so I fucking was going through my Saturn return while I was dealing with that with her. And like, she had me in a helpless position to where I had to trust my faith, and I had to go through a spiritual awakening. And I trusted my faith. I went through my spiritual awakening. She was just my girl at the time. She stood by me through that, and that's been like 10 years ago now. Well, it's been 8 years ago now since that happened. But I mean, that's just kind of where it was with that. Like, we had some crazy shit happen. But yeah, that's the story of that. Okay, September Joy, you said, what can I expect with Mercury and Libra conjunct your natal Mercury, 13 degrees of Libra in the 11th house? Mercury's way past your natal Mercury. I mean, you already, whatever you were expecting, it already happened. Mercury's at 20 degrees of Libra. If you're saying your Mercury's at 13 degrees of Libra, then you ain't even got to worry about that. Mercury's only going to be in Libra for 5 more days, 6 more days. Then it's going to be in Scorpio. Like, Mercury's moving now. Mercury's moving now. So if you're at 13 degrees, you ain't got to worry about it. I can tell you what that means. Mercury conjunct your natal Mercury is just a time where you're thinking clearly. Your communication skills are on point more than ever, but you could, because of that, and it being Libra, you could not be in your most honest expression. But at the same time, with it being 13 degrees in your 11th house, you could be making friends, you could communicating better, you could be able to build a better consensus with people, but you're already past that. You already past that. I need a few of y'all to hit that CashApp. We've been here for over 3 hours. Show me some love, for real. Now, my magic, you say your Mars is in Aries. You're always going to be down to fuck an Aries man, especially one that physically... What the fuck? You crazy sometimes. Good Lord. That ain't love. Aries men are insanely attractive. Aries men ain't... I love Aries men. My best friend is an Aries. I love Aries women more because I've married 3 of them. In different ways. Aries sun, Aries moon, Aries rising. All 3. I've been married to all 3, literally. And so I know. I've had every flavor, and Aries is my favorite. But as far as my best friend is an Aries dude. My best friend in the whole world, and our charts are identical except he's an Aries and I'm a Cancer, like down to everything. Because I was born in the retrograde, all of my placements are exactly lined up with his. Like we actually probably have a soul connection, and most definitely. Our nodes are the only thing that aren't conjunct, but his node is 27 degrees. His node is 29 degrees, mine is 27. And his Venus is Taurus, mine is Leo. Other than that, his rising is that conjunct to my rising. His descendant is my his sun is my descendant. His sun is on his descendant. His Mars is conjunct to my Mars. His moon is conjunct to my moon. His Jupiter is conjunct to my Jupiter. And everything from there on out, on up to Pluto. Like, and he's an Aries and I'm a Cancer. But that's my best friend in the whole world. Sometimes I feel like I can't shake that motherfucker. Like, goddamn, like he's already went back to prison. Y'all remember how I celebrated? A lot of y'all who've been here for years, y'all remember when I celebrated that he got out? And then I told y'all he went back? Well, he got out and went back again. Again. He already back in there. Them drugs, man, that addiction is a motherfucker, man. Look, y'all over here reminiscing about Aries, man. Don't make me cut this shit off. Fuck a Aries, man. But yeah, he my people, man. My Ace Boon Coon is like that. I just me and Aries always had to get along like that. It's my favorite energy. I never had any problem with Aries. It's funny that's my 7th house. People say, well, that could be your enemy too. No, I've never had Aries always been my favorite fucking energy. It's always been the best for me. Maybe it was my Libra. How to get a Cancer to commit? Easy. Commit to them. Show them you're committed to them. That you ain't gonna give up on them or leave them when they act crazy. That you're not gonna judge them for their sensitivities. That you're not gonna turn your back on them or switch up when they have a bad day. That's what Cancers need. Cancers need to know that you're gonna be there with them, even though they have those fucking mood swings, and even though they're emotional, and even though they're sensitive, and even though they fucking like they're hard to deal with, and they don't know what you're gonna get. They're gonna be able to offer you from one minute to the next. Is you down? I'm gonna give up. But yeah. I've been married to Aries in every flavor. Before I even realized that it was because it's my descendant. Because it's my Aries, and it's my North Node too, and Aries in my 7th house. So that's kind of my destiny. All of them have placements close to my North Node or on my descendant. All of them. My wife now, her North Node is conjunct my descendant, and her ascendant is conjunct my North Node. Real talk. Her North Node is 15 degrees of Aries in her 12th house. Mine is my descendant, or my ascendant is 16 degrees of Libra. So her North Node is on my descendant. And then her ascendant is 25 degrees of Aries. And my North Node is 27 degrees of Aries in my 7th house. So I mean, there's some karmic shit. That's why shit gets ugly. Shit gets gritty in this bitch. That's why sometimes we break up and go right to bed together. That type of we break up and go and still sit down and eat dinner right after. We'll break up and then sit down and watch our show. That's what we do. You make it hard for me to love you, man. Shit gets crazy like that. Now, that doesn't mean the other stuff don't taste good. It's just I always end up stuck with it. But it's also because I'm not aggressive. Aries always choose me. Aries always come snatch me up. They always come snatch me up. It ain't never me getting at the Aries. It's always the Aries like, hey, you mine. That's happened to me with all of them. My lady now swears to God it didn't happen like that, but she's a Capricorn Aries. I swear to God, we was at the trap house way back in the day, 18 years old, 17 years old, and it was my homeboy's trap house, and she would be over there hanging out with her homegirls over there because they was a weed trap. They all smoke weed and shit. And I remember my homeboy's dad was like, "Hey, that girl over there, Heather, she like you." she always ask her. She always asks who you are. Ask about. Like, I could tell, bro. She feeling you. And somehow we ended up seeing each other, and I already knew that, so they made me say something to her, or the other way around. And so it was a Facebook. You know, it could have been a MySpace thing. Another lady of mine, she just started commenting on my MySpace and talking to me, and we ended up doing our thing. My daughter's mom is just, my ex-wife is just a different story, because I lied. She was my high school crush. I had a crush on her in high school, but she didn't date me. She dated football players. I didn't play football in high school. I was already in the streets. I was already a bad influence. I was considered I was hustling and gang banging and shit like that. And so I had a little bad boy edge to me, but right after high school, I tried to change a little bit. I started going to college. I decided I was going to go to college, and I was so intelligent that even though I got in so much trouble in school, my test scores were so excellent, I automatically got accepted into college. And so I started living with my college roommates, but they happened to be friends with her. And they were like, "Hey, we're going to go to Abby's house. We're going to go over there and chill at her house and smoke with her." And I'd be like, "Who?" And then we went over there, and it was her. It was my crush from high school. But the tables had turned now. I'm somebody else. And so she started feeling me in that Aries fashion. And so she used to just start to come over there and just like pick me up away from them all the time. She's like, "Hey, I want to come get you." And I'm like, "Well, we'll be over there in a minute." She's like, "No, I want to come get you. I want you to come over." And so we developed a relationship or whatever. And then we ended up getting married and having a child. But I was too immature for that. And that was a whole different lifetime. But then the next one, I got out of prison, I was going into prison actually, and that's how I ended up marrying her, because I needed contact visits. But so it wasn't a real marriage. It was for what's it called? Proxy. I wasn't even there at the wedding. I was in prison. But I ended up legally married to her just because that allowed us to have contact visits, and that allowed us to have a certain level of freedom within what we were able to do as far as visitation. But guess what? I married her, and she never came to visit me one time. We got married for her she never came to visit me, not one time. So when I got out, I divorced the fuck out of her. That's some Aries shit. Like, she married me, just did it impulsively just to do it, I guess. I don't know. We've been dating before I went to prison. We started talking again while I was in there. We ended up getting married, and she never even, for visitation, she ended up having 2 kids by somebody else and fucking never came to visit me one time. So as soon as I got out, I divorced her, and I ended up going through everything else with getting back with my lady now and all that shit. But that Aries shit is a trip. Yeah, I've been through some shit, but I put myself through it. It's all by choice. I've made a whole bunch of fucking stupid choices, and I was weak in a lot of ways. Manipulative and worried about the wrong things in life. The last 8 years have been a lot better after the spiritual awakening, and it hasn't been great. That even was a process in its own self. but it was a growth oriented process to where I just changed over time to where I finally became somebody that I myself was proud of, and then that's a character that I myself was willing to stick to. I had to develop principles. My Saturn is in Sagittarius. My Lilith is in Gemini. So it's funny that people say that, like, when you think about Gemini don't really have principles. So for me, when my Saturn is Sagittarius in my second house, it's not really, it wasn't even about money. I started making more money too. I'm starting to now as I've developed a career of my own and stopped depending on other people. But that is a principle. You get what I'm saying? A principle is, hey, I'm gonna make my own money. I'm gonna be my own person. I'm not gonna be dependent on nobody else. I'm not like, no, I'm gonna, and so that's a principle you live by. So as I went through that maturation process and developed principles to where I've been in love a lot of times, and I know people have a controversial take on this. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't know about every man, but I myself, I could be in love with several people at one time at that time in my life. I could easily be in love but still cheat on you. I could love you to death but still sleep with your best friend. Because I didn't have principles. I had emotions and impulses and thoughts, and that's all. There was no principles. But as I grew and developed things in spirituality, I started to develop spiritual principles of living. Now I don't cheat because I'm not a cheater. Like I said before, I love my lady, but it's not because I'm in love with her so much that I would never cheat on her. Because I've been in love with several different things, several different people at all, and I cheated all the time. I was in love with her when I was cheating on her still. But I am at a place in my development where I'm not that type of guy. That shit is fucked up and wrong, and I'm not gonna do people like that. I'm not that type of person. I'm a good man. That's a principle. And so me developing principles, I'm gonna work, I'm gonna make my own money, I'm gonna be a good man, I'm gonna take care of my kids, I'm gonna pay my bills, I'm gonna do this. That shit was not stuff that I had. I didn't have morals or principles when I was younger. I had potential, I had talent, I had feelings, I had thoughts, I had pussy, I had communications, I had all that shit. But I didn't have principles. And so when I started valuing myself, having high self-esteem about my principles, that's when I started building up. That's the second house. The second house is also self-esteem. And so as I started developing a spirituality and something that I really believed in, I started developing principles. Me started developing principles, started developing my self-esteem, which made me actually have more faith about situations in life, and it made me be able to really start to be a better person. I don't know what you mean, Nadifa. You done went off. I'm sorry if I triggered you. Fuck him. Fuck that dude. Don't let me trigger you. I'll trigger a nigga. For real. Don't let me trigger you. Any more questions, everybody? Which stelliums did you ask me about, Mega Elixir? I don't know what you're dealing with. I don't know who you are that you're dealing with. You ain't dealing with me. I don't know. You started talking in big letters, so I'm trying to see what's going on. Yes, about Scorpio and Capricorn and 10th house stelliums. You're very ambitious. You want things. You want respect. You want status. You want the good life. You want power. You power trip with that Capricorn stellium. Like, that's what you want. Control. You want both. You want money, power, respect. You want control of your life. With the 10th house stellium and with a Scorpio and a Capricorn stellium. You take things seriously than everybody else. It's deep to you. It's not checkers. It's chess. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I know you. Hold up. I'm not good at chess. I like to play, but I'm not good at it. I played some when I was locked up, but I'm just not good at it. I didn't play long enough to get good at it. I'm not, even though I'm a Mars and Capricorn, all that shit, my feelings influence everything. So I'm not good at chess. How do I have the drive to keep going and keep moving forward? I don't know. It's just in me. It's not on me. I wish I could have given you a profound spiritual answer, but that's the truth. Sometimes I don't know how I have it, but I have it. I'm going to keep going forward. If I'm scared, I'm going to keep going. If I know I'm facing destruction, I'm going to keep going. Like, what? I mean, I'm just going to keep going. That's something that's in me. I have 3 sons, 2 daughters. And it's not because I do it for them. Like, people, and that's a cliche. I know I'm a Cancer, but that's really a cliche. Like, I do it for them in a certain sense, but it's also like they're gonna see. They're gonna see. Like, I have the strength to keep going because my mama did. Because my grandmother did. Because you do. Because Megalixer does. Because Nadifa does. You have the strength to keep going. You have to employ it. I'm going to keep going. In the face of destruction. I've actually had premonitions saying that the world's going to end. And sometimes I just think, okay, I'm scared, but I've had premonitions of that, not this year, 3 years ago. Like, and that would be enough to make a person give up or scare me usually. But I mean, it's like, whether that's true or not, that shit don't matter. I got to keep going regardless. Like, that shit does not fucking matter. With the illness or the mental stuff I'm dealing with here lately, the fear. Like, that's how I've been able to keep going. Like, bro, what you gonna do? Like, when it becomes emergency, you address it. If it's not emergency, it's probably in your mind. A lot of it has to do with your mind and you fucking yourself up, and that's been the truth. What's crazy is there was times where I'm like, bro, there's something so fucking around me, I got to go. And I was like, still in the mind, like, bro, it is your mind can really fuck with you. Like, you have some digest, but like, bro, your mind. And people told me, like, bro, you like, I post my chart, like, what y'all think is going on with me physically? Y'all think I'm dying? What's going on? They were like, looks to me like you fucking have a fucking overactive imagination. And I was like, what? Went to the doctor. You know what I mean? I have to remind myself sometimes that I went to the hospital when this shit first started. And I don't know if y'all remember that. 5 months ago, almost 6 months ago now. It was in May. It was in 5 months ago. I went to actually almost to the day. I went to the hospital. They took all types of. They didn't do any scans, but they took all types of blood tests. Same back and said, "Hey, bro, like you are your blood, like I said, I had an IV in me. They took me off the IV. Said, your blood looks excellent. Like, you need to stop stressing yourself out. Like, you need to calm down. Go home. Calm down. You're not fucking dying. I didn't believe them. I was convinced that my nodal return with Pluto square was triggering my death. And I was sick, and I was so worried about it. Or it was triggering me getting locked up or something. And I sat there and obsessed about it until I literally got sick. When my nodal return has already came and gone. Pluto's square to my nose right now. I'm still smiling. Saturn been conjunct to my moon for fucking 8 months now. The only thing that's changed is me inside. My health a little bit because it's better. I have some pains and stuff that from me having those issues, but my diet. The difference is I don't drink anymore. I don't eat a whole bunch of that bullshit that I ate before. I no longer eat spicy stuff. I haven't drank soda in 5 months. I drink nothing but water. I pay attention to everything that I do as far as my habits. I'm very, very, very sure of what I'm doing moving forward. And so, it's like for me, I went through an intense moment. And I'm still in it. It's not over with yet. But I'm getting a grasp on it now. Alana, you just called me Chief. You're making me think you might be the Alana I used to go with. The one who got me with the revenge porn. Yeah, that's probably you. Not only did she get me with all the other ways, stab me and fucking pepper, she got me with revenge porn too. That my mama or my stepmama and my daddy saw. That she made some money off of. Back in the day, you could do YouTube. I mean, not YouTube. You could do PornTube or Pornhub or YouPorn. You could do all that shit, which they're all sister sites back then. You could do those like YouTube, meaning that if you put a video up and you got enough traction and you got enough followers, you can monetize your account. Once you can verify your character, you can monetize your account. You can say that your content was your content. You can monetize your account, which I'm sure they can now. But now you have to have. There's a lot more because they had a lot of fucking fuck shit on there. But now you have to go through a lot more process in order for them to monetize you or for you to have content up on those sites like that. For you to have a profile that's verified. But I'm telling y'all, I told y'all this story before, but I'm going to tell some of y'all that ain't been here before we go. Because we're going to go here in a few minutes because we already have 4 hours. We've been here for 4 hours today. And I just still don't feel really appreciated. Some of y'all showed me some appreciation, but I just don't feel love. But anyway, let me tell you the story real fast. So, I remember us recording things. I'm just going to say that, just so we know. But it was at a time in my life where I was in and out of a halfway house. I just got out of prison. I was smoking that goddamn K2 all the time, so I wasn't in my right mind. I was smoking that Spice or whatever you want to call it, K2 shit. I was not in my right mind. I was in a crazy place in my life then. This was a decade ago. It was almost it was 2014. 2014. And so all right, my bad, King. My bad, Elena. Are you a dude? I just want to make sure I'm addressing you. It doesn't matter. You can be a king either way. But I just want to make sure. Do you identify as a dude? I mean, just so we know that. But anyway, let me tell you. And so, I remember all of that shit, right? And so, let me tell you how it started. Like I said, I've told some of y'all this story before. It started when I was in prison. And so I had this little guard chick that I was kind of flirting with all the time in prison, right? We would write each other little notes and shit, and I was there and never on a violation or shit. It was a pre-release program, so she knew we was getting out, so we flirted back and forth and shit. She was a youngster, though. But I think I was like 28. She was like 19 or 20 or whatever. But she worked at the prison, so she was definitely legal. But we'd write notes back to each other or whatever. And so I remember one day we went on lockdown. And so when we lived with our lockdown, I was getting called down there because it was a pre-release. I had to go talk to parole or go talk to the program director to see what I had to do in my program. And then also the guards, the gang file dude was watching me because the word had got out that me and her were flirtatious with each other. It's real easy. Prison is a closed environment. That's what happens all the time. Especially if she was a Hispanic girl and I'm black. Them Hispanic dudes did not like the fact that I was developing a relationship or talking to this girl in there. They did not appreciate. That's just how a prison is. It's prison politics. So they didn't appreciate that. They were hating on me. So the word got out that me and her were flirting. So I don't know what it was that day, but I did get searched and get in trouble for us flirting with each other. But what ended up happening with this part though is I happen to be walking down the run, which is basically a long hallway in the prison. You call it the run, but it's a long hallway and there's a chow hall and there's classrooms, or there's what they call the picket, which is a big glass room where they have all the controls for the prison to open the doors and let you in and out, and they can see everything, and there's all the cameras and shit. But there's the central picket, right? That's what they call that. So as I'm walking by the central picket, I can see her in there. And so I can see her just staring me down as I'm coming, and I can see somebody beside her, telling her, there I am, there I am, there I am. And so I'm looking at her trying to see what she's trying to say to me, because I can see her trying to say something to me in the window, and she's like, I saw your movie. And I'm like, what? She's like, I saw your video. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, my video? And I have music videos. Like I said, I have a record deal. So I'm like, maybe she means my music. I have music videos here on YouTube. You can go look it up right now. TWU _final is one of the music videos. You can go look it up from when I was younger. But yeah, it's TWU, which stands for That's What's Up, Final Cut. TWU _final. It should be still here. But anyway, so I go, I think she's thinking about my music video. She's like, I seen your video, right? And I'm like, oh, for real? So I turn my swag on even more. I'm like, damn. So like I said, we're on lockdown, and I get back to my cell, and so they're doing count. And as she's doing count, I see a note just come flying in my cell. Boom, or come sliding under the door. Just. So I get the notice from her, and she's like, man, I seen your video. It says, I seen your video. Nice size, but you need to do some manscaping. And I'm like, what? What the fuck is she talking about? And I'm like, is there a video of me on the internet somewhere? Like, how does she see a video of me? I'm like, man, there's no way. How is she? Like, we're in a whole different city and across the state from where I'm from. She doesn't know none of that shit. I'm like, how would she see a video of me? And I never thought about it again. We never spoke on it again, right? We never spoke up on it again. Which song is crazy? What's up, Reflection? Where you been? Anyway, so we never spoke on it again. Fast forward 3 years. I'm not even with the chick I was with at that time. I'm at a prison. I'm in a whole different city again, right? I'm living with my wife now, and I'm at work at a bar that I worked at. I'm bouncing, and I get a call from my stepmom. I answer the phone. I'm like, yes, ma'am. Her name is Jackie. I'm just like, yes, ma'am. What do you need? She's like, Roderick. And I'm like, what? She said, let me ask you a question. And I said, yes, ma'am. She said, how many videos do you have on the hub? Do you have videos on the hub? And I was like, what is the hub? I was like, hell no. What the fuck is the hub? And she was like, Pornhub, Roderick. I was like, no, I don't, Jackie. She was like, yes, you do. she's like, yes, you do. She said, Diana, which is my freaking stepsister, she said, Diana was on there browsing that interracial porn, and there was your face all in some girl's cooter. And I was like, what? And she was like, it was you. She's like, you can see your scars. She said, it's you. You can see your tattoos. It's you. She's like, your face, you can't see nothing else but her cooter and your face. And then there's some other ones that I hope that ain't your thing. And I was like, what? And she's like, I don't know. She's like, call Diana. She has the link. So I'm like, man. So I hang up with her. I call my stepsister. I'm like, hey, what's up? She's like, yep. She's like, nigga. She's like, who is that in them videos? She's like, you didn't put them? I was like, no, I didn't put them. What are you talking about? She's like, I'm finna send you the links right now. And she sends me the links. And it's not just one video, it's 4 videos of me and my ex, the Aries girl. And the one with the least amount of views had 50,000. The one with the most had 500,000. So she's getting paid from that shit. Like, and she's going more viral than I've ever been on YouTube or anywhere else. And so as soon as I see it, I know who it is. I remember the time it happened. I see myself, like, it's 2 videos of me with my mouth and 2 videos of me hitting it. And like, I'm like, what the fuck? And so I made the mistake of commenting on the video. And as soon as I commented on the video, she knew it was me. It was like, get off my profile, Roderick, and it blocked me. And I've never been able to see him again. And then YouTube, I mean, not YouTube, Pornhub ended up getting in trouble for having people's revenge and all that. So they had to clean their sites from all people's personal stuff. And you have to go through a whole different process to make sure your content is legally verified. And so with that, there's a whole process, whether it be through OnlyFans or through whatever, that they have to go through with that, which I don't watch porn anymore. That's another one of my addictions that I haven't messed with in over 3 or 4 years. But that was a part of it, because porn is also an unhealthy addiction for some people. Not for everybody, but for some people. But yeah, that shit went down like that. Yeah, it was all right, bro. It was all right. It was a different time in my life. I spent too much time trying to sound like Pimp C and change my voice and shit. Like, my voice is deep, and like, I have a really dope voice. Like, it took me doing this to find my voice. Doing these videos helped me find my real true voice. Before that, I always spent a lot of my time trying to sound like other people, not realizing that when I started making videos, they're like, man, your voice is, like, so many people like, man, your voice is like butter. Like, it's your voice. It's your voice. It's your voice. And I was like, I spent a whole bunch of my fucking career talking like this and like just trying to sound like other people and shit. So yeah. It is because I was younger. It is because I was younger, but it's also because I spent a lot of my career trying to emulate Pimp C a little bit. But yeah, I was dope. I was dope. There's some more stuff on there too. There's like a little quick web thing I did for her there. There's some shit with me and my trucks that I used to have. There's a little photo shoot I did with the pieces of songs I did, like all of that shit. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff from that he took off because he went to the feds. I don't fuck with that dude no more. I mean, I have love for him, but I don't fuck with him no more. He did some stuff that, I just don't agree with as far as my own principles. And so I have a lot of love for him, and I don't want to treat him some type of way, so I keep my distance from him. I respect him because he helped me out in my career. He was like a second father to me, but he also did some stuff as far as in the streets that I don't respect. Like, I just don't respect it. He snitched on another member of our family. Thank you for the love, Valley, on CashApp. But yeah, he snitched on somebody else in our family, and like my uncle, my cousin, and I'm not with that shit. So yeah. Anybody got any more questions before we go? We've been here for over 4 hours now. And I've stayed as long as I can monetarily be held, unless somebody's going to pay me some more. That's the truth. That's the truth. I try to be as honest as possible. As I've stayed here as long as I can stay. Y'all, I appreciate the donation for y'all that donated, but I got to do something that is lucrative or profitable. So that means I have to figure out something creatively, or I got to do something as far as advertising to put myself in a position to be prosperous. It's about action, not theory or thought. But really, all of y'all should have just Shot a little quick, $3, $4, $5 real quick. We've been here for 3, 4 hours answering any questions possible. And I look good. This is for the, and Mega Elixir. If that was you, I don't know if that was you that gave me the advice on the other video about charging more or doing it, you know, and that's all cool. Look, I'm gonna tell you, and you ain't gonna like. I love you and I appreciate that. I really do appreciate you giving me that inspiration. But let me tell you something else. Let me just tell you what, put it from my perspective, because I'm a real cat on that too. To send that without a donation makes that moot. That's the truth. When you say, "Oh, you should be getting paid more," nobody value you. You like, okay, but like, if you feel that way about me, then you know that should be something that you yourself follow suit with, and you can only do what you can do. But that's what I mean. Like, to send that, to say that is kind of it means a lot. But anybody, a lot of people say that. I'm poor too. I got Saturn in the 2nd house. My computer keeps losing signal and it's pissing me off. It's all love, but that's the truth of it though. And I mean, that's the realness. And a lot of people are like, because and I wouldn't have said that if you weren't talking about money. If you didn't say something to me about money, I wouldn't have said anything about money right there. You get what I'm saying? Like, and it's still all love, and I understand that. But that's the way it goes with, you get what I'm saying? Like, the other day, that would have been my thought process. Now today I did see you, and that is a lot of love, and it doesn't matter, but I'm just telling you the truth with that. And you don't have to apologize for anything, because you were absolutely right. But you being absolutely right also means that I should say what I just said to you right there. That puts you in perspective. That, you get what I mean? You are absolutely right about what you said, but in you being right about what you said, that also puts us in a place where it's like, when you, okay, well then you be the first one to do that then. But I do really appreciate everybody though. Still living in the 12th house. What does that bring? Depression, loneliness, mental health issues, spiritual gifts, psychic abilities. I know you're not getting the point. You did try your best. I'm talking about the message the other day. I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about the message the other day. It's interesting. Tarot gets a lot more views than astrology does. I happen to be one of the lucky ones that have the charisma that I have. That's been over years now. It's been 3 years that we've had this channel. It's not 3 years exactly yet, but it's been 3 years we built this channel. That has taken time. But my point is the other day, you did that. But the other day when you sent that, you get what I'm saying? When you sent that, you said, hey, like, you sat here for hours. No, people should be doing this and this and this and this. Okay, well, for you to take the time to write that, you should have took the time. That's what when you wrote that, to say, this is what I mean. You get what I mean? Because today it's a whole different expression. So there's nothing to apologize for. You did what you were supposed to do. But for the other day, for you, for somebody to tell me something about money and what people should be paying me, or what should be happening, but not pay me. You get what I mean? I'm finna talk to my daughter in a little bit. I'm happy, excited about that. What's up, Charlie? Where you been? But yeah, I'm finna talk to my baby. She's 16. I miss her. But she's a Capricorn with Leo rising, so I know there got to be some type of drama. There's got to be. This morning I called her. She's like, oh, no, everything's been pretty good. And I'm like, no, you just can't talk around whoever you're riding with. You just can't talk around whoever you hiding with. So you go ahead and wait till you get the chance where you can really go in. Because I know you. I already knew she's right by her mom, so she can't say what she wants to say. There's no way she has all that time. She ain't got no complaints. I ain't never talked to my child and she didn't have no complaints or no drama going on. Never. Never, never, never. And that's just because, I mean, all my other children have lived with me since forever, but me and her mom divorced when she was 2. She hasn't lived with me since she was 2. So we have had to develop a relationship over time. Yeah, she's fun, but she doesn't. I have a grown daughter that lived, that's grown, and then my sons have lived with me, their whole lives. But that's from my daughter's from a previous marriage, and we live in different states. So our communication is very, very key. But the problem is she's a Capricorn and I'm a Cancer, and so us communicating is there, but there's also like she's different than I am, and I'm different than she is. She holds me accountable though. I mean, like, out of all my children, her and I are the most alike. Well, I don't know. My son Jaheim is a lot like me in his own way, but out of all my children, her and I are the most alike. We're the most alike. Even though she's a Capricorn with a Libra moon, her moon is on my ascendant. Her sun is on my Mars. Her rising is on my Venus. And so, like, we just have a lot of stuff where she's a lot like me. In her way. In her way. But yeah. I am very lucky to have my babies. Not even lucky, I'm blessed. My children are everything. And as a Cancer, like, that's the thing that's kept me grounded, throughout everything that I've been through in my life, throughout all of the stuff I put through, addictions and prison. Like, I've let them down sometimes, but then there's other times where, like, I would have been so worse of a dolphin if I didn't have my children, man. Like, I was still there every day. I still hid if I didn't have to hide my addiction because of that, I thank God that that's stupid to say, but I thank God that I had to hide that addiction, or that I cared about my kids enough to hide it, to where I never allowed myself to get into dolphin status, because my dad and other people, they're true dolphins. I never got to where I was fucked up like that. I had a functional addiction that I hid from everybody, that nobody ever knew about until I got in trouble. And so, or until I told them about it. And so, that's the way it was. Mars transit your 3rd house. You could get into some conflicts with the people in your neighborhood, or you could get into some car wrecks. You could be trying to drive too fast. If on the negative tip, you could get into it with your brothers and sisters or cousins or somebody. But on the positive tip, people are going to be a lot more, you yourself are going to be a lot more straight up in your speech. And you're just going to, how you feel, you're going to be able to communicate how you feel and your desires very, very openly and directly. So, yeah. But I spent so much time with that addiction that at the same time, my children, me being a Cancer, probably saved me. My children, me having kids and me not wanting to embarrass them, me not being, wanting to be high in front of them, me not wanting them to know that I did that. And me still being a part of their life, it hindered them in ways financially back then, where it's better now. But it also, for me, my kids, like, man, you got, especially as my daughter being older, my sons and me knowing, like, bro, you have 3 black men in your household, the future of black men that you have direct influences on, which they themselves are capable, who knows what their reach will go on to, with however many children they have in their own families. With my daughters, it's about showing them that women deserve to be respected, and that it's, I'm not seeing my karma, the way I treated women, come back on them. But with my sons, is being a direct influence and a direct not a role model, but a direct, you know, I guess role model, really, for them, and show them like, hey, no, this is somebody who grows. This is somebody who's strong. This is somebody, like, your dad has always been here for you. Like, there's a lot of kids that don't have their dad, but you have your dad. You always have your dad. Your dad's always here. Your dad is like, and that's just being that. And so being that to them and letting them know that that's what they have to be for their kids, and this is how a man is supposed to act. This is how a black man is supposed to. And I understand that race isn't so important, but it is, because of the way that society pushes things. And so letting them know that, hey, you already got ways that you got to conduct yourself, and you're not going to be like everybody else. You're not going to be like everybody else. You can't be like everybody else. That means other people can react. Like my son Jaheim, he has Mars and Venus in Scorpio, and he reacts violently to things. He's a Libra sun, Gemini moon, but he reacts violently. And so when he reacts violently, I have to remind him, like, hey, bro, you already black. Like, you cannot do that. Like, you cannot. I don't care what anybody else does. It doesn't mean that you have to take shit. But at the same time, the minute you act out, they're looking at you different than they looked at everybody else. You didn't just have a bad day like Timmy. You didn't just, you know, that's not how it is. They're not going to look at, oh, he just wilded out. You know, he just lost his temper. No, they're going to look at you like you a fucking wild little motherfucker that is getting raised wrong at home. That's the first thing they're going to think. And it's fucked up that that's the way society is, but that's the truth. They're going to look at you like you're a little wild motherfucker that ain't getting raised right at home, that your daddy must be a little wild, or he must not be there, or that's what you're raised around. That's how you're taught to act, and that's not how you're taught to act. You're taught to carry yourself with poise and respect. You're taught to carry yourself that, hey, man, you don't take shit, but you never assault, and you're not a savage. I don't care what the term is these days. I kill that shit in my kids. When they be talking about I'm a savage, you're not a fucking savage. You're not a fucking savage. None of my kids are savages. You're not no fucking savage. You have to really affect their minds. Like, you're a civilized person and you show respect. My son came in here the other day crying. This little girl, his little girl that he likes, a little Scorpio, my baby son, little Scorpio girl that he plays with every day that he really likes, was making fun of, she was saying stuff. She's like, you think she was really like, he doesn't understand because he has Virgo moon, so he took it the wrong way. But she was saying, you think you're cool with your curls, don't you? You think, and she was really telling him that he has nice hair. But he doesn't get it like that. He took it like she was making fun of him. So he's only 8. So he comes in crying, and he's like, and she's lying saying I hit her, but I just pushed her out of the way, and I snapped on him. As soon as he said I pushed her out of the way, I said, you don't ever put your hands on no little girl. I don't care what she did. And I there is, certain times they're not supposed to put their hands on little boys, but I don't play about that. Their mom was in an abusive relationship before she was with me, and that's something that I've always maintained with her, is that no matter what, even though because they saw that, even though they're my kids, they saw that with the dude she was with when we were not together. They saw her have to go through that, and their dad wasn't there to protect them, because their dad was the one that was hurting their mom. I mean, they're not their dad. The guy was hurting their mom, and their dad, I was in prison, I was in these places. So these guys are hurting their mom. And so this guy, well, not these guys, this guy, and he ended up going to prison for that. But it's like them seeing that, like, so they're never going to see me treat their mother like, they're never going to see me react violently. I mean, even when she's an Aries rising, so sometimes she can lose her temper. But you're never going to see me react violently to anything. I might break stuff, I might scream, I might cry, I might leave, I might beg, I might do it, but I will not ever physically be aggressive towards your mother. Ever. And so that's something that, you have to instill in them. You have to instill in them that. Like, that's not okay around here. There's just several stuff. You're not going to see me cheating on your mom. I'm going to be home every night. Like, that's how it is. I didn't have, like you said, we didn't have positive intervention, but that's what I have to do that. Like, you're not going to see that around here. They've seen stuff that was plenty bad. Don't get it wrong. The way we've cussed and yelled at each other was plenty horrible. That's fucked up in its own way. Like, just because I wasn't physically abusive doesn't mean that we haven't been very, very verbally abusive towards each other in front of our children. Like, when we were younger, we were. Every now and then we start bickering now, but then we stop. We haven't had really bad knockout, drag out fights for 3 or 4 years. But we start bickering and talking shit to each other, and sometimes, you know, with her being a Capricorn, me and being a Cancer, like, it gets vicious. It gets vicious. But that shit's not okay for the children to see. And so me always having to be conscious of my children has helped me be a better man. Me being around my kids in every way, like whether it be through addiction or whether it be through our relationships, me being conscious of everything that I'm doing having an effect on them. Me being conscious of, all right, man, I got to watch how I'm talking in front of them or in front of their mom. I got to watch what I'm doing. I got to watch how, you know what I mean? That shit is important. I got to watch what they're seeing. And even on top of that, you have to watch what people are able to accuse you of in front of your children, because they're able to develop their own. Well, I guess maybe that's okay. That's what he does. So that means you can't be, in order to not be getting accused of being cheating and shit, you got to not be cheating and shit. Because as crazy as it is, when I really stopped cheating and I stopped getting accused of this shit. I might have got accused one time after I really stopped cheating. And it's because my behavior changed, because I wasn't acting like I was hiding something, because I wasn't fucking cheating. And that's a lot of dudes. It's full. They don't want to accept that. That's the truth. Like, that's the truth. Like, I was not cheating, so I never got accused of it, because I wasn't acting like I was fucking cheating. I wasn't behaving in such a way that raised suspicion. I might have got accused one time, a few months after that, and it was more or less like, and it was such an exchange that after that it didn't even have to do it anymore, because it was known. It was known. But when I was cheating, I was always getting accused of cheating, because I was cheating. And when your kids see that, that's something that goes on. Like, man, like, your mom, like, they should not ever be seeing their mom always accusing their dad of cheating. And I'm not saying that the mom's wrong. I'm saying the dad shouldn't be putting himself in a position to be doing that shit. The position of a man in a family is to make his family feel safe and secure. So if you're always cheating and your mom's always fucking threatening to kick you out or leave herself, or there's always that shit, there's no security within that relationship. There's no security in your home. And so a lot of that had to do with me developing principles, like I said. It's not easy. It's not easy. I want you to know that. It's not easy. Because it's easy for me to cheat. It's not easy for me to not cheat. That's the truth. I stay at home. I don't go anywhere. I work with y'all here, and I go to children's events like football games, but I don't go anywhere by myself. I was for a while there, but I tend to not go anywhere by myself. I do family stuff. I live a family life. I don't go out and I don't drive anymore. I used to go out and drive around and hustle, and even when I wasn't at work, I go pick up my homeboys, or I go, when I lived, back in Texas and all that shit, like, I go pick up my partners, or I go ride, or I go, and I'm looking for situations to get into shit. That's the truth. Like, you can say that, but I'm just driving around, going, when I'm not hustling, we riding, we chilling, we seeing where everybody's at, but you're really putting yourself in those situations, and you're putting yourself in those places. I worked at a bar. I was a manager of the bar and a bouncer in the bar, and I'm me. So I got it. Not only did I garner a lot of attention, but, it was just there. I was in that environment. So when I stopped doing that, when I stopped working there, as much as I loved that job, when I stopped putting myself in those positions, but it's not easy. It's not easy, because if I were to go live in a public life again, where I'm all the time hanging out with people and being friendly, and I don't have friends. I don't hang out with anybody. I don't go anywhere but hang around my family. That's how I take care of my family and be a good family man. But if I were to start doing that lifestyle again, living a social life, that right there is easy. It's very easy for me to start fucking up. I went to Tech when all this shit first started back in February. I went to Texas for 2 weeks. And when I got there, I knew immediately I had fucked up. I knew immediately I had fucked up. Like, oh shit. Like, you away from your family, you all the way down here, back, like, you just put yourself in danger, bro. Like, all your growth, everything, like, you put yourself in your family, your life, everything in danger. It's not because I was in danger of getting killed or anything like that. I was in danger of getting addiction and starting cheating on my wife and starting fucking up my family and starting losing everything I had grown away from. And I put myself in that environment. But maturing is knowing that you can't be in that environment. So all of that shit is very, it sounds simple, but it's hard. That shit is hard. For real. And we leaving in 5 minutes for real, y'all. I'm going in 5 minutes. That's 4.5 hours. We'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, that shit was... Yeah, I pray for my strength. Leopold, no. I mean, I wanted to be a family man. I mean, I'm a Cancer, so there is a certain thing in me that wanted to be a family man. But I like, being a good man hasn't always been something I wanted to be. I wanted to be a gangster. I wanted to be a player. I wanted, like, those are things I wanted to, I was those things, but I wanted to be those things. Those are titles that I let my ego become attached to. Like y'all see me here and I help people now that, but I literally, like, for my tattoos, I spent almost a decade in prison, man, for a jewelry heist. I was literally a crip. I mean, for all intents purposes, I still am. That shit I don't believe in that. But that's not something you can just stop being. But that's not something I promote or I think is a good thing. I think that's the downfall of a lot of people, and I think it's trash. But that's still a part of who I am and where I came from. It's a part of my story. I wouldn't want it to be a part of anybody else's story, but that will forever be a part of my story. You get it? A player, like, that's a lifestyle that I lived. It's not being a player doesn't mean I was cheating on everybody. It's a player lifestyle. Like, it's the way I carried myself. It's the way I'm still like that. I can love you to death right now and be your best friend. But if I saw your partner out cheating on you, I would not tell you. And that's real. And it's not nothing, and you could be like, damn, that's fucked up. I just wouldn't, that's not player. It's not my business. That's the truth. I can see my sister's husband, my daughter's, man, my grown-ass daughter. I might say something to him and check him. But I see him right now. I'm not going to go back and tell my daughter. That's fucked up, but that's something that's not in me. I'm going to check him. Tell him, hey, bro, you out of line. You tripping. But I would never go back and tell her. Even my child. I'll tell him, hey, you need to leave my daughter alone now. You better leave her alone now. Now me and you got an issue. I ain't going to tell her your business. You need to figure out what you need to do. But it's time. That's done. Unless you tell her what you're doing and y'all work it out. Because I understand men are men and being fuck up, you're only 20 years old. My oldest daughter is 21. She'll be 21 on December 20th. And so she has her own relationships. She has her own bonds she's built now. She's an adult. And so I've had to respect that. So even in her relationship, that's not something I would do. But that, you get what I mean? Like, there's a certain, and there's not people that are like that. There's morals. There are people who have certain morals and principles. Like, they love you. If they see somebody that's doing you dirty, they're gonna fucking check them and they're gonna come tell you. And that is right in this way. I'm not saying that's wrong, but that's something I could not do. You get what I mean? Because of a certain code I live by. Like, 9 times out of 10, if I seen somebody commit a major crime, I just seen somebody commit a major crime. I'm trying to avoid having to report on anything. Not gonna help an investigation. And that's not right. Like, that's the truth of it. That's not right. But that's something in me that I have to deal with inside of myself. You get what I'm saying? And so I've always wanted to be a family man in a certain sense. That's something that I knew was important to me at some point in my life, but I wanted to be a player. I wanted to be a gangster. I wanted to be a rapper. I wanted to have sex with as many women as possible. I wanted to be a manipulator. You get what I'm saying? And so over time, that shit just what I became. I grew up. I matured. That shit is trash. That shit is trash. When I went, it wasn't just because I went to prison. Because there's so much trash in prison. Like you can get way worse in prison. And I did at first. The first time I went to prison, when I came home, I just wanted to be more of a, like, I was in there for hitting a jewelry heist. And they kind of respected me because I got a lot of money from that jewelry heist. It was over $100,000. So they thought I was something that I wasn't. They thought I was I hit big jewelry heists. When no, I just stole a whole bunch of rings that happened to be worth a lot of money. It was a theft. It wasn't like I robbed or I had it and I came up, but because of the way it looked on my case with paperwork, it made me look a certain type of way that gave me a certain amount of wiggle room. I can't say respect because it's like wiggle room. They just not like that means it, and niggas like, hey, now he hit that jewelry heist for over 100,000, and so in there, like it's like, okay, you got a little boss status to you. You got you was messing with touching a little bit of money, but I was really a thief that couldn't hustle, that depended on my girl to take care of me, that didn't take care of my child. That's what I was, and I knew that inside of myself. I was a thief that slept with a whole bunch of women, including my friends' wives and my neighbors' wives, and I was fucking nothing. I couldn't even sell drugs right because I did drugs. Wasn't tough. I would fight, but that's because I was scared. Wasn't tough. Wasn't a man. Wasn't nothing. And so being in there, not only did I meet good men in prison, like some of the best men I've ever met in my life, the most honorable men you will ever encounter are in the penitentiary. They just sold drugs. They were extremely honorable individuals. They just sold drugs. That's why they were so successful in selling drugs. And so in there, you end up, because of the people I was around, I ended up like hating who I was. But it just made me want to be a worse drug dealer, be more of a gangster, be like, nah, bro, now you a real G. You've been to prison. It's like stupid. You get a stupid mentality when you've been in prison for a long time. Like, nah, you been to the pen. You survived the pen. You ain't no bitch. Ain't nobody handle you. You handle your business. You came out. You got muscles now. You got tattoos now. You went to school a little bit. You know, like, nah, bro. Like, you start to develop that mentality in there. Now, I went through a whole process because I was in there long enough to go through a growth and a regression and then another growth. But it's like, boom, at first when I got in there, it's like, oh, I can handle this. At first you're scared. You don't, like, man, this is a penitentiary. This is real prison. This is Texas. Like, I ain't even know real gangster. I claim a gang, but I don't even know if I'm really down like that. I never got, you know what I mean? And so when you get in there, you have to really be a gang member. You got to really be a motherfucking gangster. And so in there, like, if you got a tattoo on you, that's the problem. I couldn't escape it. I got a tattoo on me that said one Trey Crip. So ain't no getting away from the GI or the fucking other inmates. So when I get in there, that shit tat on me. I gotta be that or I gotta be a bitch. It's not about getting fucked and all that shit like people try to make it out to be. It's not like that. The gay shit is the gay shit. There's definitely a temptation, but it's more like getting turned out. It's not like a motherfucker raping you like in the 60s. That was something that happened more in the 60s and 70s. But it's more or less like a motherfucker playing with your mind and turning you out. Them seeing something in you and playing with your mind enough and them ended up turning you out into some gay shit. Or a motherfucker, you being so weak that you end up paying for protection and then them seeing something in you and then motherfucker popping his dick out on you. Or you already being gay inside of yourself and there's nothing wrong with that and you getting in there where you're away from society and you're okay to let that part of yourself come out. And so now you have empowered or liberated a part of yourself that you've kept hidden for a lot of your life. See, that's another thing that happens in prison. And so I was able to go through this process. So you get there and it's like, boom, you're in there, shell shock. And then you get there and it's like, oh shit, I'm in prison. And then you're like, oh shit, I'm in prison. And then it's like, oh shit, I'm in prison. And it's like, you develop like, oh shit, I can handle this. I'm tough. I'm this type of dude, and you get caught up in that lifestyle. Whether it be me talking to the female guards, which is what I did, or me stealing from the work I was doing and having a little hustle going, which is what you're gonna do if you don't get a lot of money on your books. Whether it and you know, with me, it was all about getting attention from the female guards. It's because I was a good looking dude and they always noticed me. And so I would like, that was my thing, is I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? I wanted, and the stupid is if you have a real relationship with them, you should keep that on the low, because you could actually profit from it. But I was so stupid and young, I just wanted everybody to know that the girls liked me. And so instead of me really winning and actually getting stuff from her and actually profiting from that relationship, all I did was stay myself in trouble with the other male guards and keep people on my ass, because I attracted a lot of attention. So I never could have really profited in the way that you could profit from that relationship, because my Venus and Leo ass was about the show of it. I wanted everybody to know that all the girls liked me. I didn't want to really have something going. And then when I really did, I ended up getting in trouble. And so through all of that, I went through that process. And then I ended up getting sent to another unit. And then I ended up getting kicked off of that unit for having established a relationship with the female officer. And they ended up putting me in back on my original unit, but making me a trustee. Right? For some reason, I don't know why, they just made me a trustee. And so when I was a trustee, I had to work. Before that, I had a little job in prison, but as a trustee, like, I had a real fucking job where I went to every morning. Like, they didn't have to come. I had to wake up and go to work myself. I had to wake myself up, go to the door and tell them, hey, I have to go work at the back gate. Which, working at the back gate means when I get out there, not only do I have to operate the whole back gate for the prison, which means letting every truck or every tractor that comes in that prison, every bus that comes into prison, I have to check the bus. I have to make sure the bus comes in. I have to help do all of that shit. But I also have to empty all the trash off the unit. I also have to go get all the slop from the kitchen, which that's how they dispose of things. There's a big old huge thing that you fill up with slop at a prison, which the slop is all the food that nobody eats. And they make thousands of pounds of food every day. And thousands of pounds of food gets wasted. And they grow it there. So you're going to go get that slop. And so you have to take 30, 40, 50, 100 bins of slop and take them up these stairs and dump these big trash cans full of slop in this big slop thing. And then they'll come take it away when it gets full. And then you'll take the trash out. And sometimes you'll put the trash with the slop, or sometimes you'll put the trash with the trash. But either way, you have to go to work every morning. And I mean, you're not around other inmates, really. You're a trustee. And so for me to have to go to work every day, for me to be a trustee, like that's crazy as it is, it started developing something in me. I was separate from all the other fucking stupid motherfuckers. It was a different environment, even though it was in a prison. And so I was around other trustees that were themselves working and trying to go home and shit like that. So I was like, damn, I'm a trustee, I can go home. And so I started thinking, and so I started just reading all the time. And then I started getting denied for parole. And so when I started getting denied for parole, I would get depressed every time I got denied for parole. Another year would go by, they would deny me for no reason. Another year would go by, they would deny me for no reason. And so I just started developing this, like, I had to develop some type of spirituality to keep myself from fucking being so depressed that I ended up being suicidal or ended up getting lost in the prison system. Because when they denied me for parole, I would either get real depressed or I'd start fucking up again. And I start stealing stuff from the back gate, or trying to sell shit from the lockdown, or I start doing shit like, you know what I'm saying, that was just gonna get me in trouble and make me lose what I had built up inside of myself. And so just me inside of myself, I just developed a routine. And so even though I had a routine at first, but I developed a routine on my own to where it was getting up and working out, going to work, going to eat, coming back and getting into my studies, getting up, going to work. And so you start to develop principles in there. And then I start to realize that, like, I'm paying attention to these guys. And so these guys were real. Like, they were people. They weren't just petty thieves like me. They weren't fucking little fucking fake gangsters like I was before I went in there. Like, nah, these dudes had some honor about them, even though they were in prison. And so the only negative thing is it made me want to be like them. So in there, I was changing a lot and maturing, but it just made me want to mature and be a better gangster that first time. So I wanted to be a mature person, but when I get out, like, now I'm a G for real. Now I done matured. It's like you went to college. You went to gangster college. That's the way a lot of stupid ass motherfuckers look at it. And that's how I approached it. It was like, I went to gangster college. Like, I went to prison, I came out, now I'm a real gangster. Now, motherfucker, I spent 6 years at that time in the pen. I'm big and muscular now. I was real skinny when I went in. I'm a G. People heard about me in there. They heard I handled my business in there. They heard I wasn't no bitch. Niggas heard that I, like, you know what I'm saying? So when I come home, it's like, oh, there's the big homie. You went in there a little kid that wasn't nothing, a little petty shit. But when you come home, because you did that in there, people look at you a certain type of way in the streets. And so I came out, but that shit wasn't me. Like, I realized immediately. As soon as I got out, I tried to hustle again. I started hustling and shit again. That shit wasn't me. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not. I have a certain G about me, but I'm not no fucking gangster. And that's a tough realization when you've been trying to be that your whole life. I'm not no fucking gangster. I'm here to help people. I'm a creative person. Like, that's me. And so music started finding me. I started feeling more and more out of place with the people I was fooling with. And the life started drawing me away from that shit. And so just over time, I realized I was at a place, I was vibrating at a whole different level, and that wasn't me. But the problem was I turned to addiction. And so addiction came after that for a year or two. And then through addiction brought the spiritual awakening. But that's what happened with all of that. Like, when you in there, like, when they say institutionalized, that's a real thing. Because there's a whole different culture in there. I need to write a book, but there's a whole different culture in there. Like, prison is a whole different, it's not what you think either. It's not what y'all think. It's not what the movies show. It's not it's gangs and race, but it's business. Everything is about business and politics in there. You're not protecting your booty hole. You're not dropping this soap in the shower. That's not how it works. Maybe back in the day, but that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's not a whole bunch of gay motherfuckers in there. It's not like women's prison. Women's prison is really gay. Men's prison is not that gay. There are gay people, but they don't want them with you like that. Once they find out somebody's really gay like that, they're gonna put them with other gay people, with gay people. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, it's not like people say, and it's to protect them, because they will get predated, and that's because they're gonna get beat up. It's because there's so many fake down low brothers in there that those gay guys that are effeminate are going to get a lot of attention, and they're a hot commodity. So they have dudes killing and fighting over them in there. Like, that's the truth. But it's not something that is a predominant thing in the prison. It's not like women's prison where you have to go in there and you have to get in a relationship with another inmate. Like, or they're like, that's weird. Like, no, guys ain't like that. Mostly it's a whole bunch of dudes living there. It's not even a whole bunch of fighting like you think all the time, unless you're in a medium custody or a close custody quarters. Mostly it's a whole bunch of dudes watching TV, gambling, playing like a big locker room. There's going to be a domino table going where they have days going on gambling domino game called Knock or other games. Farkle, Knock, they play different with dice. You have people who have dice that they made that they're over there shooting dice. You have poker games going on. You have people gambling over video or over football. You have people that are watching the soap operas. You have people that are reading. You have people that are over there working out. Like, all that shit's going on. It's not whatever's going on in the movies. It's people trying to manage their day through finding a routine. But if I didn't experience that, things would have been a lot worse. I would have never matured. I would have kept blaming the world for finding my mama dead when I was 13. Like, that was the thing for me. I matured. I was only with myself. I didn't have nobody to depend on in prison. I had to be tough. I had to be everything I thought I said I was. And that's the thing in prison. That's a maturity thing. That's principles, developing principles. Is I had to be everything I said I was in there, because they're going to check. best believe they're gonna check. So, hey, I'm finna go. I appreciate everybody's love and support. If any of y'all are interested in any astrological readings, don't get at me in my comments, get at me in my email. And I need the business, which is mr.turner1300@gmail.com. If you've been here for way over 4 hours, I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye.